What's up, folks? How's it going? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. This is the 2022 US Chess Championships, round number 10. We're going to be watching the whole round today. And yeah, just starting off. Lots of interesting games. Today we got Yu versus Caruana, Aronian versus So, Sevi and Robson. Lots and lots of interesting stuff. So yeah, we'll be watching these games. How's it going? Hello, hello. P Mark, what's up? Hello, hello. Some interesting openings here. Let's see, what do we have? I love this like wide view. Like seeing the multiverse of the boards. It's awesome. Okay. D4 from Christopher. So he's transposing back into some kind of Catalan with a very, very odd move order. So that'll be an interesting one against Fabi. Definitely a sharp game there. Christopher's, yeah, he's showing up ready to fight. Hey, Viva la Kid, RD Born, how's it going? How's it going? Rogozin on Sevi and Robson, that's cool. And some kind of strange English in Aronian versus. So let's see, Lennerman Sviertz looks like a Slav. Zhang Shankland looks like a little E3 poison from Jeffrey Zhang. Always good to see. We'll see how Shankland deals with the poison. And Elshan against Hans. King's Indian with bishop to G5. Smyslov system. Used to play this one. Wow, King's Indian from Hans. That's exciting. I'm happy to see that. I'm very happy to see that. That's cool. All right, so yeah, we'll probably look at a bunch of these games, but if there are any that we should start at, you guys want to see closely, let me know. For now, we're still very much in the kind of early opening phase. Sevian going queen a4 check in the Rogozin against Robson. The Rogozin nowadays is super, super solid, but there are definitely lines where white is at least, I think, pushing for like a small advantage. Yeah, I'm rooting for Elshan as well. Actually, a lot of people don't know this, but I used to work with Elshan for a bit. In fact, he was the guy that helped me get my last IM norm. We worked together when I had like 2 IM norms, and I was about like 2380, maybe 2360. I was kind of like close, and then he helped me push over 2400 and get that last norm. So yeah, very, very strong player. Also a good coach. Teamwork, in urgent need of chess therapy. Just read an article on online chess cheating in a UK newspaper, and you've never been as tilted about anything to do. Well, I mean, it's just a newspaper, P Mark. Don't worry about it. Someone had to type those words and submit something on a deadline. That's what happened there. How important is the move order in openings? Very important. Move order can be the difference between like getting a normal position out of the opening and like just losing out of the opening because there's some tactical detail. Move orders are not always super important. Like there are certain openings, certain variations where the move order can be switched up and you can transpose to lots of different things, so it's not such a big deal. But in general, I think you want to be pretty specific with your moves, and you never want to play on autopilot where you're just kind of making moves that you think you're supposed to make, but you don't really understand like why you're making them or what's going on. But yeah, I think it's better to kind of always own your moves and know exactly why you're playing and why you're making the moves that you are, how you're developing your pieces, where is everything going. So Yeah. Right. So Fabi's game against Christopher, actually, they're getting some trades out of this opening. Oh wow, that's crazy. So the author admitted to cheating online, huh? Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Not fun. Not fun. To recap you folks on the standings, it's Fabi right now, 6.5 out of 7, 6.5 out of 9, first place. This is round 10. Ray Robson, Ray, second place with 6. And then multiple players on 5 points out of 9. You got a Wonder Liang, Sam Sevian, Dominguez Perez, Daro Spirits, by the way, having a great event. Sam Shanklin on 5, and Jeffrey Zhang on 5. And then some very surprising names in the second half, like Wesley So, 4 points, Aronian, 3.5. So yeah, Caruana doing business as usual. In fact, he did a podcast just the other day, his new C Squared podcast. They recorded an episode, I think, on the rest day, around the rest day, and he was talking a little bit about his tournament. So he seems to be confident. He seems to be playing well. And Robson also having a tremendous event. Definitely in contention to win the whole thing if he gets picks up a win or two towards the end. Let's see. Yeah, good questions in the chat, guys. Definitely keep them coming. I'll try to get to all the questions because we got time. This is classical chess, folks. We're not missing anything for days. Okay, there was one game in this tournament that like ended abruptly. That was like the Elshon game against Dominguez. Other than that game, it's like you got time. All right, let's see. So, yeah, what's my experience with Rook versus 4 endgames? Yeah, Rook versus 4 pawns. Um, yeah, I don't think I've ever had one over the board, and I think maybe in one game or something. I can't even remember, but maybe in one game, like it might have happened or something. Like, but yeah, I don't think I've even had like Rook versus 3 pawns. But I have looked at some Rook versus 3 pawn end games because that feels like that could come up at some point. And I've definitely had games where um, they could have come down to like a Rook versus 3 pawn end game. Although I don't think I've ever had one like actually OTB, but definitely was close. And those I've looked at a little bit, but yeah, I can't really say I know much about them. The only thing I remember about like a Rook versus 3 pawn endgame is that there's a certain rule that tells you if it's like winning for the pawns, if it's drawing, or if the Rook is winning. And then it's something like if the pawns are advanced to a certain point. I don't remember which one, but it's either like rows 3, 4, 5 or 4, 5, 6. You'd imagine like 4th rank, 5th rank, 6th rank. So if it's something like the pawns are 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, then the pawns are holding against the Rook, assuming the kings are like normally placed. And then if it's like they're ahead of that, then it's like it might be winning for the pawns. If it's behind that, then it might be losing. But it really, I mean, I think the thing is, these endgames, it always comes down to the concrete position. So you can try to like memorize these like little rules and stuff, but you still are gonna have to play it out eventually. Who wouldn't have made the cut if Hikaru played? Interesting question. I guess it would have been one of the players that are in by rating. So maybe someone like Daro Sweerts, or yeah, I'm not sure because the rest I'm pretty sure qualified, like the lower rated players, like Elshan, Lenderman. I think they won or they qualified from like U.S. Open. Christopher and Hans, I think they qualified from the U.S. Juniors. And this is like a double year because there was like a pandemic, so they're like catching up on previous years. So it would have been one of the rating spots. So yeah, I would guess Daro would be the lowest by rating that got in because Hikaru declined their invite. Yeah, by the way, folks, let's not spam like random channel commands if you guys don't mind. Just kind of like pollutes the chat weirdly. All right, so let's see here. Man, I love that we have a King's Indian here. I used to play this line that let's switch over actually that we have with Elshan and Hans. And yeah, it's an interesting one. Let me scroll this here. Perfect. Right, so Elshan goes for this line where you don't play e4, but you just kind of develop as if you're playing just like a normal like Queen's Gambit declined position, just knight f3, knight c3, bishop g5, and then a lot of the times the idea here is to go e3, and then just develop the bishop to either e2 or d3, usually e2, and then the idea is just to keep the pawn on e3 and keep the dark squared bishop on g7 restricted. So it's very common for black to respond to this with something like c5 and kind of taking the game more into like a Benoni type of structure where white is invited to advance and take space, which Elshan does. He could have also played e3, but I think this one is a lot less ambitious for white because here black has nice ideas, for example, like takes, and then sometimes d5 is a thing that can be played here, and then just leaving white with a possible IQP. Black can also just play it more of like a King's Indian style with like d6 here. I think this is what I would do on the black side, and then play for like h6, g5, and then knight h5, kind of like a typical harassment of the bishop there. So for example, if white continues just not trying to take space, or even if white does push d5, then yeah, very typical plan for black in these positions is to chase the bishop down, go knight h5, and then try to win the bishop pair, and then eventually go knight c6, and essentially just using the unopposed dark square bishop. So this line is kind of considered, I would say, let's say, like just not the most ambitious from white's point of view. Like white's not taking a ton of space with e4 and just trying to crush black. That said, because I used to play this line for many years, and it has a lot of, still has a lot of like strategic poison to it. So it's like I think if black is well prepared and knows their stuff, then they can get an equal game. But even then, it's like still going to be a very playable position. So it's a really interesting choice. And my guess is Elshan was maybe a little bit surprised by g6 because Hans is mostly, like a Nimzo player. So he was probably expecting e6 here or d5, something like that. So I don't think he was really expecting King's Indian here. And but that said, he actually played all his opening moves relatively quickly. According to the clocks, Elshan, it seems like the King's Indian wasn't too much of a surprise, and he just had this ready to go, that he was going to play this in case of this opening. So d5, d6, e3 played, knight d7, and e3 here is like, yeah, very normal, even though white could also play e4. But e3, the point is to just not give black this target on e4 to attack, and also just to be a little bit more restrictive against the bishop. Hey, DJG Words, how's it going? And now we have bishop e2, h6, and bishop h4 on the board. Instead of c5, would c6 preparing d5 be reasonable? Yeah, you know, I think this is definitely playable. The thing is, it's like, if you're a King's Indian player, then you often feel weird playing into a structure that's more like a Grunfeld. It's like, oh, it's not my territory, right? So a lot of King's Indian players just naturally would rather just play a structure with d6 or with c5 or with e5. I would say this one is probably playable, but I would imagine that white gets a small advantage here. Because now you can kind of say this is like a Slav structure with the bishop on g7, where it's like actually not that well placed against white's pawn chain on e3, d4, I would say. Actually, a lot of people I think would just call this like a Schlechter Slav. Schlechter Slav. Schlechter Slav. Schlechter Slav with g6 and c6. And yeah, I don't know. I feel like white is often just slightly better here. Even if the bishop was on c1, I would say that's like a very theoretical position where white has decent chances to to fight for the advantage. But here with the bishop on g5, I would say it's a better version for white. So I would think that white is at least slightly better here. It's hard. I was trying to say Schlechter Slav. Schlechter was a player who had some good games in the early 20th century, and there's a Slav defense named after him. After knight f3, knight f6, let's say white goes knight c3 and black plays g6 like this, or e3, g6. This is known as the Slav defense, according to Samuel Schlechter. No, I don't know his first name. I'm pretty sure it's not Samuel, but it would be funny. It'd be funny if it was. Yeah. Is Hans a King's Indian player? I think maybe he's played it a couple times, but I don't think he's like a regular King's Indian player. Though, yeah, I feel like I have seen him play it before, but definitely not often. He's more of a Nimzo player. So e3, yeah, someone mentioned in the chat that the engine prefers e4. That's not too surprising to me if that checks out. I think e3 is still very natural, because for white, a lot of times you're just kind of trying to play a different type of position. Like with e4, you're taking more space, but you're being a lot more ambitious. You're also giving black more counterplay. With e3, it's like white is not fighting for as much space, but maybe being a little bit more restrictive. So it's kind of like a different style. Like I feel like Elshan is trying to be very positional against Hans here. All right, knight h5, queen c2. This move comes with a very cheeky trick. If black plays a6 or something, then white has knight takes g5, which is a nice one, threatening mate on h7. And then if hg, then bishop takes h5, and white has won a pawn. I actually can't tell you guys how many blitz and bullet games I've won with this trick, where black goes knight takes g3, thinking they're like, oh, they're winning a piece or something. Number one, white could also just go like hg, and then there's still the mate on g7. But okay, yeah, and then queen h7 like ends the game. No, at least like several dozen blitz and bullet games have ended like this. Not in this exact position, but there's different ways. But okay, this is kind of a well-known trick, and Hans defends against it with one of the many possible ways here with knight df6, because now it takes, black can just recapture and the knight is defended. And now white goes knight d2, which is a very typical move, hitting the knight on h5, kind of encouraging black to take on g3 to win the bishop pair, so that white can go hg. And yeah, actually this is a very typical plan here for white, and actually a lot of times the idea is to castle queenside and play this one very, very aggressively, just with opposite sides castling, where both kings are committed on opposite ends of the board. Black has already played h6, g5, which is quite weakening. And then white has very easy ways of going like h4, f4, and just opening up the king side. That said, the position is still very, very double-edged, because black will always have ideas of like a6, b5, and e6, and black can try to create counterplay against white's king. But if we see queenside castling here soon, which we easily might, then yeah, it's going to be a really, really sharp game. White could still castle kingside and then play it more positionally, but then it's harder for white to take advantage of black's kingside weaknesses. Okay, so Hans goes a6. So this is like a warning shot. He's letting Elshaw know if you castle queenside, he's going to go b5. He's not going to prepare it. He's just going to play it. Because it's just like, I mean, the Benko gambit sack is already kind of reasonable under normal circumstances, but if the king is castled on c1, then it's like super powered. So it's just going to work every time. And now it'll be very interesting to see what Elshaw does here. Because he might just castle queenside anyway and be like, okay, hit me with your best shot. I think castling kingside is also possible, or he might just go a4 to kind of prevent b5 altogether. And then this would indicate that he's going to castle kingside. Because if you play a4 here and then end up castling queenside, then b5 will anyway destroy your king's protection. So yeah, very interesting to see what Elshaw chooses here. Karl Schlechter, very good. No, he had one good game that everyone should know. Forget the exact move order, but basically Schlechter won a game as white against someone that went something like this. Can't remember the exact move order. All right, but it was a Dutch. I know that much. And it was a Stonewall Dutch. So let's say c4, something like this. White played here, and then here, bishop d6, and then he played here, and then Schlechter was playing white, and then his opponent took on f4 and allowed this structure. And then what happens from here is just one of like the most brutal, like strategic beatdowns of all time. Like it was g3. I think he puts the bishop on d3, castles. He like puts the rook on the e file, puts the knight on e5, puts his second pawn on f3 so that black can't use the e4 square. And it's, yeah, just like the most intense strategic dominance of all time. I'm pretty sure this game is in all the instructional chess books, like most instructive games of chess ever played and stuff like that. Let me look it up in case anyone is interested. Schlechter John, yeah, sounds exactly right. Schlechter, last name, versus John, also last name, played in 1905. Yeah, if anyone wants to look it up. Oh, look at this. Yeah, I got it almost exactly right. I just found the game here. So it was d4, d4, d5, c4, e6, knight c3, f5, knight f3, c6, bishop f4, bishop d6, e3, knight f6, bishop d3, queen c7, attacking the bishop, and here Schlechter goes g3. And I think it's a very reasonable move, but it's just so funny. And now the guy's like, all right. So castles, this is the game. Knight e4, queen b3, king h8, rook ac1, simple and strong, just getting ready to threatening to take on d5 twice. And here black couldn't hold the tension, finally decides to take on f4, ef4. And yeah, white already just had a huge advantage. Knight e5, queen e7. He goes take, f3. Takes, rook c1. And yeah, this was just painful. And then he won the game on move 50. And if you just look at like the final position, it's like white is not even a pawn up, but he just has like the most dominant. Just like everything got traded off except for this knight and this bishop and a pair of rooks. And white's pawns are just like advanced, like g5. It's just like brutal. The king is like active. It's just the greatest knight against the worst bishop of all time. So very, very nice game, Schlechter John. Do you need to mute the stream when games start? No, King Charles, if you're playing like the, are you talking about the opening sparring arenas? Yeah, we won't be covering those on the during this stream because we'll just be watching the US Championship. So, yeah, feel free to leave it on. But I would suggest if you're gonna do some sparring, maybe focus on the game. Because like my voice, music. It's not gonna be. I'm sure I understand. Like it's like fun, it's entertaining to do what you like, but if you want to take the game seriously, of course, I would advise against having outside distractions. Walter John, an amateur of master strength. Okay, it was 1905. It's like amazing that people could play chess competently at all without having access to like a tactics trainer or like Puzzle Storm. I'm just shocked. Like people like developed chess tactics and they like figured stuff out without just having access to like just be able to drill it nonstop. Yeah. Well, not just Puzzle Storm. I think a lot of people learn tactics from ICC as well. There was like the puzzle bots, like Slowbro, Slowbo. I think people that were on ICC, they know who I'm talking about. You had like the puzzle bots. I would just do those, all the time. No, it's just amazing that people can get to a certain level. Again, 1905, so it's not just like no tactics books. I was just joking around, but it's like no, obviously no computers, but like very few, just like even chess books, like just chess. Like there's no Chernev at that point. Anyway, let's get to the game. So a6, a4 played, in the indication that white is probably castling kingside. Bishop d7, a5, rook b8, castles. Okay, so now we have like really, just kind of like a, I don't want to say like a classic Benoni position, but essentially it's like a Benoni. And black hasn't played e6 yet. Probably will at some point, not with this bishop alive on g3. But now that white has castled kingside, I think there's little reason for black to kind of delay this. He can hold this tension for a while if he wants to, like not taking the bishop on g3. Earlier he was doing it because he didn't want to open up the rook on the h file. But now the white's castled, I think you could just take and get on with it. Like you can't exactly just hold your knight on h5 forever. But there are other moves, like for example, like knight g4 I think is kind of not an insane move. Maybe playing for the e5 square. And also opening up for f5. So maybe black has other options, but I think taking on g3 at this point is a good idea. And then maybe playing for e6 somewhere. Yeah, the Morphe question. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. To me, I don't know what his rating would be. Okay, Hans does take on g3, but like, anyone from back then, that like Morphe, Anderson, Paulson, actually Paulson, in terms of like strategic understanding, he was maybe the strongest of them all. Because he literally invented like multiple setups in the Sicilian. He was like the first to like play the dragon. He was like the first to play like Scheveningen structures. I'm pretty sure he played like the Sveshnikov like 100 years, before Sveshnikov did. So like he was really like ahead of his time, and like his games were very interesting. Like he was doing stuff that now I think is kind of normal, but back then wasn't like well known by any means. But yeah, all those guys, I think they're just geniuses. The fact that they were able to play, the fact that they were able to play games that like we still study and we still hold in like high regard, that's really impressive. It's like Morphe, Anderson, they had some just like beautiful games. These romantic games were just fantastic. So yeah, white's strategic plan here. Right, so now things have clarified a little bit as black did take on g3, grabbing the bishop pair. Now he plays knight g4. Essentially, white has more space. So white is going to be trying to build upon his space advantage. Now there's different things that white can do. One of the classic things is to just try to advance and take space, like e4, f4, and things like that. Of course, that's like very risky because black will play bishop d4, right? Especially if you go e4 and f4. You're going to get hit with bishop d4 check, and the dark squares are going to be super weak, knight e3. So this plan, I don't think we're going to see anytime soon. White's second plan will be to try to trade the light squared bishops, like bishop d3, bishop f5. And specifically, this is like playing against black's bishop pair. If you can trade off one of their bishops, then they only have one bishop left. And then we could see black having like light square weaknesses around the king. So this definitely feels like a very reasonable plan to me, like bishop d3, bishop f5. Concretely, you know, it might not be such a great idea. I'm not sure. Like bishop d3, let's say knight e5, bishop f5, e6. Not exactly sure that white is so happy here. And maybe even just losing time and black is getting f5. So who knows? But that's just kind of one of the ideas that white could be playing for. Do I think Morphy would beat me in a match? Me, personally? Wow. Wow, what a question. No. And I would be happy to play him anytime that he's interested. But no. I think I would crush him. I think I would go d4 and be like, what's this? No, I think I would outplay him handedly. Yeah, come on. Let's be serious. I've had like, 150 years of chess experience on the guy. 150 years. Yeah. Okay, let's see Fabi game. So this one started off with knight f3. Fabi goes c5, inviting the Sicilian if Christopher wants it, which maybe he's thought about it. I mean, Christopher, he's played a lot of Sicilians, but he goes for English, symmetrical English. Knight c6, g3, d4, and then we get this opening, which is pretty wild. I was being serious. I mean, I don't know. To me, the whole thing's kind of a joke because Morphy's not around, and this match can never happen. So the whole thing is just kind of silly and hypothetical. But yeah, if I think about it, I mean, I don't know. Morphy's not ready for modern chess. That would be the only thing what Hazlitt just said. That if there was like an AI engine that could, train on Morphy's games and then like be able to play like Morphy. I don't know if this is even possible, right? It doesn't sound possible. Maybe if it had like thousands and thousands of games. Like if Morphy was an online chess addict and played like 50,000 online games like Blitz, Bullet, Rapid, and the AI could like study those games, then maybe. But with the amount of games we have like a couple hundred Morphy games, right? Or if that. So it's not really a whole lot to go off of. Yeah. 960, I think the match would be a lot closer. For sure. I mean, it's very hard to judge because there are things like, that they just didn't quite get back then. Like in the, let's say 19th century, early 20th century, even things like exchange sacrifices, like they would allow these exchange sacrifices that nowadays we just would see them and be like, okay, this is totally crushing. But back then, like they just didn't quite get it all the time, right? So not saying I would like totally dominate, but let's just say I would be very happy to face Morphy in any kind of match. I think most people would. I would just be happy to get a chance to play. It'd be very interesting. So d4, transposing back into this weird Catalan. Fabi takes on d4. Knight takes on c4, knight c6. They trade queens, and black gets like an extra pawn, but this is a typical thing in the Catalan. It's a very temporary extra pawn because these pawns are so weak. White will for sure win one back, and it's not worth it for black to try to hold on to it. So knight e3, e6, takes on c4, bishop a6, and now b3. And by the way, guys, according to the clocks, Christopher way ahead, 126 versus 104. That's a good sign. So Fabi, he spent some time here, and leading up to this, maybe even on this move. So that indicates that he's not really super well prepared here. Or if he is, then he's trying to figure out how to play for the win. Like maybe he's looked at his line, at this line, and he's able to like equalize here as black, but he wants to maybe play for more. I don't know if that's such a great idea. And I'm not exactly sure what his motivations are. Like it's round 10, he's half a point ahead, he's playing black. Christopher Yu is having a really good tournament. He's already defeated Wesley So, and he won some other games. So, you know, it's not exactly like easy win here for Fabi. But I am very curious to see how much he does try to push here as black. I remember I played Christopher Yu a couple years ago for the first time over the board when he was 1830 FIDE, and his USCF was like 2250, and his real strength was maybe even higher than that. And yeah, I was black and a Sicilian, and I was happy to draw that game, you know, as I think it was an IM already by that point. Yeah, I was happy to draw that game against FIDE rated 1830 Christopher. So yeah, but on the surface, I like white's position here. He just played b3. If black does nothing about the structure, then these pawns are just long-term weak, right? And so if we just get, like, if white is able to just develop everything, like rooks to the D and C files and just put pressure here, then I think he has a very, very serious advantage. He can throw e4 in at some point and kick the knight. So to me, it feels like if black is going to equalize here, he has to do something concrete. Like he has to go bishop b4 check, and then trade on d2, and then maybe king takes d2, and then castle queenside, and quickly get a rook to the d file, like before white has a chance to fully mobilize. But the fact that Fabi is spending time here makes me feel like he's not fully sure about what's going on. So very interesting. I mean, to me, it just looks like so far a pleasant position for Christopher. I mean, yeah, black really has to try to equalize. Okay, let's see what else we got here. A lot of games still kind of developing in the opening phase. So not too much going on just yet. This Aronian versus So game is a little unusual. Bishop on d1. What's my view on moving more professional tournaments to rapid or generally shorter time controls? I don't know. I mean, I think rapid is good. Rapid is fun. People like rapid. But yeah, I mean, the thing is you can have more rapid tournaments, but in general right now, the way the chess world kind of runs, it's like it's still all about the classical chess. Like it's still about the classical tournaments and World Championship. And these rapid events, like they have big prize funds, but there's not a ton of prestige to them, right? Like I think the only one that really seems important is like the World Rapid Championship, which is like one a year. And I think people care about like who wins that. Like that's a real title. But like all the other rapid events, like they're fun, but they don't seem to matter for very much, if that makes sense. Like right now there's this like Chess 24 event going on, like the AIM Chess event, which is like a super high level rapid online event. You know, Magnus is playing. A lot of very, very strong players. It's a very exciting tournament. But like yeah, who wins that versus like who wins the U.S. Championship? Like to me, like okay, U.S. Championship, a lot more important, right? Or taking the winner of that event versus taking the winner of like the Singfield Cup. To me, it's like the Singfield Cup. Yeah, it has a lot more weight. So you can have more rapid events, but to me, it still seems like classical is going to be the dominant form of OTB chess. That said, Rapid and Blitz is very fun, and the top players, I mean, they all like Rapid and Blitz. I don't think they mind playing these events at all. Levon said he straight up prefers them, so I see no issue with doing more Rapid events. I think it's fun, but it's a matter of like the sponsors and the people that are funding these events. Of course, they have to. It's up to them what kind of events they like and they want to run. What Melody Amber is, yeah, I mean, it's a tournament from the past, unfortunately. Yeah, that was definitely a very prestigious event. That was like a mix of like rapid and blindfold chess. I think the top players really, but that was like as far as I remember. I mean, I was a bit young, but um, yeah, that was like the one tournament, the one rapid tournament a year. And but of course it was a lot of fun because I mean it was like high level blindfold chess, and you had all these top players and doing these incredible things and all these like very very exciting games. And Magnus played a few of them, I think, and he had some interesting games. He had a very nice King's Indian win actually against Aronian. That I believe was a blindfold rapid game, and it was a really really nice game. Like he like sacked a piece and just had some amazing tactics. Anyway, let's look at this position here. So we'll back it up. This one started off as in English. And now Levon goes e4 in this position. So this, I think, was popularized by Magnus, actually, because he played it against Caruana in the first game of their rapid tiebreak in the World Championship. And it was a very clever idea because essentially after black's move bishop b4, which I think is considered best, it's like white is getting to play a reverse Rossolimo with an extra tempo, which Magnus was playing throughout that whole match. He was playing this as black against Fabi's e4. He was playing the Sveshnikov and the Rossolimo, and so they were getting all these positions all the time, with Fabi on the white side of like the same structure. So it's a very clever idea to play it on the white side with an extra tempo. And then I think it became pretty popular where essentially white is just happy to give up, to allow black to kind of like weaken the structure like this, but then play with the bishop pair long term and then play with more space. So d6, bishop e2, bishop g4. I mean, I'm really not sure about the theory here, but okay, Wesley gives up this bishop. Kind of surprised. He's like, no, I'm just going to give up this one. Which is a typical idea for black to just give up the light square bishop, which can be kind of a problem piece, and then take over the d4 square. So bishop c5. So now we can see like, all right, he's not giving up the dark square bishop. And strategically, this makes a lot of sense because if white ever trades off these bishops, then white's going to be left with this light squared bishop, which is kind of a dud in the structure. So a5. And now Levon plays queen e1 in this position, which is to me, a very non-obvious move. It's not a very typical structure, but yeah, I imagine the idea as we see in the game is to drop the bishop back to d1. So knight d4 played bishop d1, knight e6, and now white goes g3. And I guess his idea is to just try to keep building up on the king side, looking to play f4 soon. And then the two bishops are kind of nicely supporting it. So a really interesting play from Levon. And he's really, he's really putting the challenge towards Wesley because he's not giving him an easy game. Like he could have played e4 and then gone for this, and then Wesley plays here, and then this, and then here, and then castles, and then takes, and then like rook e1, knight d6, and then they could have played like this line, right, and then you know, it's just like they know their stuff, and then Levon gets some .2 position, and then they just like make a draw. Instead, he's going for like a pretty ambitious plan of like taking space on the king side. And now Wesley has to think, should he castle? Should he go h5 here? Like, to me, h5 would be very tempting in a blitz game to try and counter White's play. But in classical chess, you know, it's like, oof. Once you play h5, there's no going back. It's a very, very committal move. And then it's a question like, okay, is now Black going to be castling queenside? Are we playing with the king on f8? Like, are we just going h4 and then castling? Like, how exactly are we going to follow up on this? So it's tough to play h5 in this position, although to me it does look tempting. Maybe White would go h4 in response, I'm not sure. But then if White plays h4, it's harder for White to play f4, because then the king side will be much more open. So g3, yeah, very interesting move. Levon spent almost 10 minutes on this one, and now Wesley has gone into the tank. Let's see other games here. Ooh, Alshon Han's game, that one's heating up. We'll definitely get back to that one. So let's see. Han's game. So queen d1 played. Interestingly enough, I was thinking bishop d3. Then he goes queen d1, fighting for the g4 square. And I guess on knight e5, he maybe wanted something like f4. I imagine would be the idea here for White. And then he's really going after Black's king side. So f5 played, saying, okay, if you want to trade on g4, then Black gets the two bishops, and this structure I think would be very messy, but possibly dangerous for White with h5, h4 coming. So e4 instead by Alshon, undermining the light squares. If Black pushes f4 or takes on e4, then the knight just hangs, so this would be bad. And knight e5 in response from Hans. Yeah, I have to say, I feel like so far I like Black's position here. I feel like a lot of times this can get kind of tricky for White, because Black essentially like wants to play g4 and then either bring the queen to h5 or push like h5, h4 after going g4. And White can start to feel very restricted also with the dark squared bishop that's unopposed on this diagonal. Like Black is a very, very strong King's Indian bishop here, right? Or Benoni bishop. And so b6 is going to come at some point. White can't really stop this one, so there's going to be pressure on the b file. Actually, at this point, Black is threatening to push f4. And yeah, this one could also be dangerous for White. This kind of bind on the dark squares. Yeah, funny question. Is this a King's Indian or a Benoni? Yeah. In my mind, I always look at it as a Benoni if the pawn's on c5. Like this kind of classic d4, c4 against c5, d6. Right? Or d5, e4. These two against these two. So to me, I think of it as a Benoni, but whether you say Benoni, King's Indian, same thing. Bishop on g7, pawns on dark squares. Right? So, yeah. I mean, I kind of like Black's position because I'm a King's Indian player. I kind of feel the dynamic potential, but there's also a lot of strategic risk because Black has opened up the king side, and at some point White's going to trade these and maybe put a knight on e4 and fight for the light squares. So there's definitely going to be some fight here. Yeah, is it a Benoni if it's like c5 without e6? I mean, I don't know, but I think it is. Because you can have closed Benonis where e6 isn't played. And then with e6, I think they often call that more of like a modern Benoni. Yeah, does White have any way to make counterplay on the queen side? I mean, the only like plan for White here, or I guess there's a couple plans, but one idea is to like try to establish knight a4, knight to b6. It's not really like counterplay, but it is kind of annoying for Black because then the knight sets up here. In fact, I think that's a very reasonable move for White right now, like exactly at this moment, because Black could play b6 at any moment and open up the b file. So knight a4 actually I think is definitely a candidate idea, candidate plan. The other kind of typical plan is to try to play like rook b1 and b4. This one feels very unlikely though, because it's like white is fighting on the dark squares and opening up a lot of dark squares, and then that just seems good for, oops, black's dark squared bishop, which hits b1. So yeah, knight a4 I think is definitely a tempting idea. Oh, that's funny by Sarah One. Is b5 ever an idea here? I think it can be. Here, I mean, b5 and b6 are essentially the same, because white will probably just take a b6 anyway. So whether you play b5 or b6, I think is not hugely important. But b5 definitely is a move. Like, let's say white makes some random move, and then b5, absolutely. And then if white takes, black can think about taking with the queen or taking with the rook. And then there's pressure here. And then otherwise, after b5, there's ideas of b4 or just b takes c4, and then just opening up the b file for black's pieces. Have I ever played with Alex Lasich? I don't know how to pronounce. No, I haven't. I've heard of him from Canada, right? No, I haven't played him. If knight a4, queen a5, yeah, actually queen a5 definitely big drawback to knight a4. Sometimes there's like a dark sword bishop on e3, and you can maybe, but yeah, I don't see any good discoveries here. So that definitely kind of rules out knight a4 in this exact position. But maybe one day, like does something else. So what are white's candidate moves? All right, he just went e takes f5. Yeah, I was gonna say this is one move, because I'm not sure if you really want to allow black to play f4. So this definitely makes sense. If not for this one, then maybe queen c2 would have been another move. But queen c2, black plays f4, and then you kind of feel like everything is blocked for white. And this, yeah, it doesn't feel super fun. Just black's play on the dark squares is way too strong. So ef5, bishop takes f5. Now, interesting question of how white might follow up here. Thank you for following, Jesse Pinkman Chess. Yeah, the idea to play for b4 I don't particularly love for white, because let's say even if black just takes, then black gets this kind of nice c5 square for the knight. The knight could even like reroute knight d7, knight c5. But moreover, to me, I'm just very concerned about opening up the dark square bishop for black in this kind of position. So what to do? Maybe g4. He might think about fighting for some light squares on the king side. Maybe knight d4 first. Yeah, I think knight d4 definitely feels very natural here. Just to kind of activate the knight and get some space. And then white might be looking for g4, or just to kind of strengthen the knight on e4. Maybe looking for, again, knight a4 at some point. Yeah, to me, black's position looks quite comfortable with the two bishops bearing down on the queen side. It's certainly not a clear-cut position. A lot of times this can go wrong for black, especially if the light square bishop gets traded, you have weaknesses. So things can definitely still go wrong here, but to me it feels like black is, again, quite comfy. Okay, let's check in with Jeffrey and Sam. Oh, the question there is black more likely to win. Yeah, I would think in that position, Hans I think is a favorite to win compared to Elshon, but I wouldn't say he has like a huge advantage there. So I don't think it's like likely that he's winning. And yeah, would I feel comfortable with that position? Yeah, definitely, I would. Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it. All right, let's see what happened in this game with Jeffrey and Shanklin. So both players kind of in contention for a big place. So Queen's Gambit declined. Knight f3, Knight f6, e3 from Jeffrey. Yeah, so this one's interesting when you play e3. I mean, it feels kind of like it's lacking ambition because it closes the bishop down. And like, yeah, if Jeffrey was like my student, I would be like, don't do this. You should not like close in your bishop. You should develop your bishop to g5 or f4 and then go e3, and that's better. But okay, Jeffrey knows what he's doing. He wants to develop the bishop to b2 and play for more of a longer game. Like here, white is still going to get a very decent setup, and eventually the bishop will be well placed in the middle game. So b6, he decides to take on d5 at this exact moment, now that black has kind of committed his bishop to the long diagonal, because if he had taken earlier, then black would just take with the pawn and the bishop would come out this way. Now that black commits to b6, white is taking. It's a little bit awkward for black to go e takes d5, because then, well, the bishop on b7 doesn't look very good, and then if you develop this way, then why did you go b6? So knight takes d5 from Sam, knight d2, bishop b7, a3. And here black has given up some center. Like white now has 2 pawns against 1 in the center, but the idea for black is to eventually play c5 and kind of equalize this way. So knight d7, bishop e2, c5, takes, b4, knight went back to d7, and now, yeah, we can see white's bishop on b2 is absolutely beautiful. Castles and a5. Well, what can we say? I mean, it doesn't feel like black has a lot of issues here. I feel like Sam has equalized very, very comfortably. And now he's played a5, fighting for the c5 square for his pieces. So if white advances, then black gets this nice c5 square for the knight, and I think is doing totally fine. At some point, he might go bishop f6 and just trade the dark square bishops. And yeah, I would say it's close to even. Nothing too exciting going on here. This game's still yet to develop. But I feel like these players are both kind of ambitious enough that I don't think we're just going to see like a simple draw here. I feel like we're going to still get a big fight, because Jeffrey's pretty ambitious. I think he likes playing for the win, and there's still a ton of pieces on the board, so still a lot of room to maneuver. And he's spending a lot of time here. He's got 54 minutes to Sam's hour and 11, so he's really digging down to try to come up with a way to play for something here. So look at this. G3 from the Levon Wesley game. We were watching this one earlier. Wesley did go h5. I said this is kind of like, yeah, the most natural move that you would consider. And now h4 from Levon, stopping black from advancing further. But this h4 is very committal, because if he now ever pushes f4, after ef4, gf4, the h4 pawn is going to be a super weakness, right? So let's say black goes some flexible move, queen e7, white goes f4, takes, knight g4, and this is going to be a very sore spot for white. I mean, it's defended, but yeah, big target here. So h4, committal decision from Levon. And yeah, Wesley weighing his options here, really going into the tank. I mean, it does feel like just playing for a queenside castling, bringing the rook to g8, g5, like this seems the most tempting, but okay, this d5 score is clearly bothering Wesley. So he goes c6. Non-committal move. King still in the center, but okay. The center is also closed, right? And white's not getting d4 in anytime soon. So king on e8 feels reasonably safe, but there's only so long that black can play with the king on e8. Eventually, something will open up. Now it'll be interesting to see how Levon follows up from here. Like, what's the next move of his plan? Maybe he's thinking about f4 already, but like I mentioned, this one you always kind of run into issues with the counterplay. And you don't want to take here and open up the rook. This would just be like a total disaster. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly what would be happening on f4. Also on f4, maybe black just ignores it and just goes knight g4. And just asks white, like, what are you going to do? Just, you know, black is just waiting and then maybe going to castle one day, queenside. Okay, so c6. So yeah, definitely another big fight in this game as well. Okay, let's see here. Fabi game. What did Fabi play? So Fabi was essentially blitzing all his moves out until this point in the game, 12b3. And then here, according to the clocks, he spent 39 minutes on bishop b4 check. Wow, is that real? Was anyone watching the official commentary? Did he really spend that much time? That's crazy. Yes, he did. Wow. Wow. Fabi likes his long things. Well, I mean, I don't know. He doesn't do them that often. Maybe he has like one per game. One per game, maybe. But 39 minutes on move 12 in an opening that's like not that sharp. Like this position, we can't say that there's... I mean, there's lots to think about here, but it's not like there's a ton of tactics, you know? I mean, we're not talking about like a sharp, you know, Najdorf Sicilian. You know, it's just like opposite sides castling and queens on the board. It's a little surprising, I have to say. My best guess for why he spent this long is that he's looking for ways to play for the win. Because the position doesn't seem that dangerous for black, but I feel like he's spending a lot of time to figure out how to keep more pieces on the board. But that's just my guess. I don't know. Anyway, so bishop d2, king e7, rook c1, rook a c8. And now it's white to play. Yeah, he ended up not castling queenside. Maybe there wasn't such a safe square on the king for the king on the queen side. Like on b7, you're always kind of lined up against that bishop, and knight a5 checks. And you don't want to leave your king on c8 because the rook on c1. So maybe the king is just safer on e7. Rook c1, rook c8. I imagine black's next move here is going to be rook d8, maybe c5 one day. And yeah, interesting to see if Christopher can find some way to play for the advantage. I mean, optically it looks nice for white, but you still have to figure out how to castle. So he takes on b4. Yeah, the issue with castling immediately was that there's stuff hanging. So black would go bishop takes c4, and then this one is hanging. So I think white would be forced to take this one with check, and then maybe knight takes b4. Oh, you're saying short castling for black. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah, I don't think there was anything wrong with that one either. I think since it's an endgame, black wants to just keep the king in the center because it can be useful, you know, covers this d6 square. So the king can contribute definitely to the fight. Okay, so we do have takes. But that was also a reasonable question for white. Like, why can't white castle? Because white does want, I think, to get the king out of the center here, because for white's king, there isn't such a natural square where the king is active and not a target. So here I think short castling makes sense, and then bringing the rook to d1. But he takes here, knight takes b4. Now a2 pawn is kind of hanging. I don't quite see any tactics here to justify giving it up. Like if you castle, black takes, and then black has knight b4 back. And I don't see how white exactly is winning the piece here. Bishop takes c4 also, maybe. At least this one, there's not. This one is less clear because white will get the pawn back and take this one. So takes. And Yeah. So yeah, now in castles takes here, black does have to defend the keep the bishop defended, right? So that's why something like this is needed, or bishop takes c4. So this one feels playable. Maybe there's other moves for white as well. Like a3, I guess definitely would be something that I consider, but the drawback of this one is that you're really weakening the b3 square. So yeah, you have to be careful before doing this one. And then after knight d5, either we're playing b4 or we're getting hit one day, right? So that means maybe white is playing b4, but then the knight is a lot looser on c4. I think this is playable, but yeah. Well, the drawback is you're losing your outpost a little bit, right? Your outpost is changing. Here, white has a very comfortable square on c4 for the knight, and then if black takes, the rook can recapture, and white is keeping the pressure, and black's pawns are isolated, and everything's very nice. Once you start playing a3 and b4, then you start to lose your grip a little bit. So that's why the hesitation. Okay, well, a3 played, knight d5, and now we'll see whether Christopher's going to go b4 right away, or maybe just castle first and wait for rook b8 and then go b4. Yeah, that's the other drawback of b4, is that maybe it allows c5. And if black can get c5 in and trade off the weakness, then black is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine. So that's another reason why white maybe doesn't want to play b4 so quickly, because then it allows black to trade this one off. So knight a5 would be another move for sure. We can look at this one as it hits the c pawn. So let's see, maybe black plays c5 now. Just tries to get the rook to d8. And then yeah, I'm not seeing how white is following up here, because now it's like this e2 pawn is hanging, so we can't castle. So we got to go like maybe rook c2 or something, and then castle. Black goes rook d8, knight b6. Feels like black is okay. Do I listen to the Caruana's podcast? Yeah. I think I've listened to all of them. I've been enjoying it. I mean, he's like one of the world's best players, giving his thoughts and opinions on stuff. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so knight d5, knight a5 on the board, and Fabi quickly responds with c5. So yeah, Fabi actually playing very quickly ever since he gave bishop b4 check. Yeah, my feeling is like he was just trying to remember some prep, because like yeah, he's now played this super fast and he like hasn't spent any time, like any time at all, on his last moves. So it feels like he would have at least been spending something. But yeah, knight d5, knight a5, c5. Right, so yeah, castles, bishop takes e2. Actually, this is possible for white because you have rook e1 and then this one. Yeah, very fair point. So white can castle. Castle, then maybe rook d8. Castle's on the board. So Christopher showing Fabi, I'm not afraid of you. I can calculate tactics. Rook e1 takes on d5. Now I guess we're going to see rook d8 here. Just supporting the knight. And okay, I mean, white has kept like some pull, it feels, because these pawns are still isolated. But at the same time, it seems like black should be okay. Like he has pressure against e2. He'll have pressure against the b file. But we'll see. Maybe Christopher can drum up some counterplay. Maybe rook d8, rook c2, or some pressure at rook fc1, e3 once the rook unpins. Yeah. Okay. We'll come back to this one. Let's see what else we got going on. Hans game. Knight f3 played, where we left off. We were thinking knight d4 looked natural, but here knight f3. Elshon looking to trade off the knights. Queen e8. Takes, takes, bishop h5. And now Hans goes bishop g6. Yeah, interesting decision because it seems like black is allowing white to trade off the light squared bishops, but black's idea here is that if white takes on g6 after queen takes, black's position is just very, very active. So it's really hard, I think, for white to kind of fight for a lot of squares here. Like if queen g4, for example, maybe looking for this one. I don't think that's such a huge threat, but black could play rook f5, h5, and then white's pieces are just completely getting boxed out. This bishop on e5 is just so strong. Like hitting both sides of the board, blocking the e-file, nicely defended. I actually had a game very similar to this a couple of years ago in a tournament where I think I ended up making my final IM norm. And I had a position very similar to this in the King's Indian. With a similar thing, and then we traded light squared bishops, and it was just like h5, h4, open up the h-file, and just played for mate. So, yeah, very sensible decision. It would have also made sense to just play like queen d7, like maybe threatening g4, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure why Hans rejected this one. I don't think we would be worried about g4 from white, because then I think the bishop on h5 would feel kind of misplaced. But this I feel like is quite reasonable as well, because I do like this position for black after takes, takes, and then black is just getting the jump on the king side. Does the trade of knights make black's bishop better? If you mean like the bishop on g7, I mean, I think this bishop was strong either way. And the knight on e5 is very good as well, hitting everything. So yeah, I wouldn't quite look at it so black and white. I think either way, black is going to have a good bishop. Preference on the classical versus the winnower. Yeah, I don't know. I never liked the winnower, just personally from black's point of view, or from white's point of view. It's just very hard for me to understand the structure, so I always played the classical myself. Yeah, classical playing knight f6, right? Yeah, that's what I used to do. Yeah, it just always seemed like more of a kind of classic French structure that I was looking to play. I mean, the winnower positions were very interesting, but yeah, I just never really understood them. Okay, so Elshon thinking here, but yeah, I like black's position. Yeah, suggestion. So takes, takes. Right, from Black's point of view, I was thinking to maybe start with rook f5 here to kind of avoid this. But yeah, if we look at this endgame after h5, queen e6 check, takes, I think even here Black is kind of happy. Like this doesn't look that bad, just taking the pawn. But also Black could play like on the king side, like with h4, and then bringing the rooks. And yeah, even this I think would not be super fun for White. But from Black's point of view, I don't see a reason not to just play rook f5 here, because I kind of want to keep the queens on the board and go after White's king. So I think I would prefer this move myself, and then h5, h4, rook af8, king g7, and then I think it's going to be very hard for White to defend. Okay, so Elshan here thinking. Let's see what else we got. Okay, a lot of players starting to take their thinks. If there are other games you guys want to look at, let me know. Nothing too like insanely exciting going on, but lots of interesting stuff. Maybe we'll jump over to the U.S. Women's Championship real quick. We can just see the live games here. The multiverse view. This game with Jennifer Yu and Nazi caught my eye because White just played c4, c5. Oh, you guys can't see my cursor, huh? It's weird. You can. Oh, I messed up. There we go. Yeah, this game with Jennifer, she just played c4, c5, which is a very interesting pawn sacrifice. Very original. I think the idea is on DC, she wants to go like queen c4 and then hit the knight on g4. And Black's bishop is now blocked. It might have been out of desperation because Black's last move was like knight g4, I think. And yeah, I mean, f2 pawn, I don't know. Knight on d3 is very strange. Defending f2, blocking the bishop. Really wild position. Both sides have entombed bishop on the queen side. But yeah, here's what we got in the standings here. Yeah, Jennifer actually has the same number of points as Fabi, 6.5. Irina and Megan on 6 points in this one. So also very competitive. Seven out of 7 draws today. You know, I doubt it. I doubt it. These games have been so fighting. Yeah, seems unlikely. Who are the foremost French experts? Yeah, there's a lot of grandmasters that play the French and have played the French for many years. Like the Swedish grandmaster Berg, I think has been playing it for a long time. Russian grandmaster Volkov, I think he's also very typically playing the French. So yeah, there's a couple of these specialists. And then there's lots of players from the past as well. Yeah, like Korchnoi was a big one, Morozevich, Ullman. Rajabov played some fun Frenches back in the day. Okay, so Nazi did go DC5. I just want to quickly take a look at this game because it's Yeah, I'm also not, I don't even know how we got this. So, okay, this is in English with bishop b4. We're kind of like ready English hybrid. Queen b3, c5, a3. So we get like Nimzo style play. And now e4 played from Jennifer. e5. Wow, really aggressive play. Knight e4. Threatening to give just a very unpleasant knight d6 check. So black castled. Knight takes c5. Bishop b6. Knight d3. I mean, d4 looks really natural, but I guess there's just tactical problems like knight takes d4. And then everything is kind of hanging. So knight at d3, d6, and now c5, dc5. So yeah, really interesting pawn sack from white. Or I guess she's giving back the pawn to block off black's bishop. But I don't know if this, I mean, it looks so weird, like queen c4, knight d4 maybe, and then, yeah, knight on d3 is just strange piece. But if we do get something like this, then white can go b4, and at least the bishop gets out this way. So this actually doesn't start to look that weird for white. But yeah, really, really interesting structure. Nose, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, Grischuk was playing the French for a bit, for sure. Yeah. Is Korchnoi the strongest player to never become world champion? Yeah, it depends on who you ask and how you phrase that question. I mean, if you, like, in terms of strongest, you know, I mean, I would think Caruana, right, at like 28.35 or 28.50. He had some like insane peak. I think peak Caruana is stronger than peak Korchnoi. Yeah, like if you had to take someone in a match, like would you pick Caruana or would you pick Korchnoi? I would take Caruana pretty much against almost anyone except for, you know, like Magnus, right? Like I think Caruana is stronger than a lot of world champions, right? But yeah, if you ask like who's the most accomplished player that never became world champion, then that's kind of, yeah, I think that's kind of like a more difficult question. In terms of strength, I mean, I think Aronian is stronger than Korchnoi. You know, I think a lot of these modern players are, because that's how it works. Like you learn from the players before you, so it's not like, it's not surprising. It should be the case that the modern top players are stronger than the top players of the past. So yeah, I think all these guys would crush like the previous, you know, champions from like the 50s and the 60s, like Aronian, Caruana, and so on. But yeah, so yeah, if you're thinking about like the most accomplished player who never became world champion, then it's like Korchnoi definitely comes to mind. Keres also had like a lot of, you know, I mean, he was just a, you know, number 2 player for like many years. Bronstein, of course, comes to mind. Ivanchuk in kind of more recent times. Maybe Shirov as well. But yeah, it definitely feels like Korchnoi had, he definitely has a place because he was like, you know, fighting with Karpov for many years. And if not for Karpov, then maybe would have been world champion. Yeah. Schlechter, of course. How could I forget? Schmamuel Schlechter. Um, yeah. How often have I played d6 against the queen c2 Nimzo? I think I've only played it like a few times, like maybe a couple times in classical chess and a lot more in blitz. Okay, so dc5 after a long think from Nazian. For some reason, I mean, Jennifer's not moving. I don't understand why. Like, you think if you play c5 here, you know, you would have the follow up in mind after after DC5, and maybe she's second guessing herself or double checking something. But yeah, I was curious where this one was headed. Okay, anyway, let's get back to the US champs. And I wanna, let's see. Let's go to this game. This is the Christopher Yu game against Fabi. Rook H8 on the board. Here white is thinking, because now E2 pawn is under attack. Now that this Rook E1 trick is not working, 9 on D5 is defended. So maybe Rook F E1 is kind of the natural move here. What would black do on Rook F E1? Because black developed the rook, and now it's like not black's next move not so obvious, you know? Not so obvious. Maybe knight b6 playing for c4. Yeah, I'm not sure why black would play king f8 there. But maybe this, and then try and exchange off the weakness with c4. Oh wait, this is blunder, right? Knight c6 check. Actually, so this would be a reason. This would be a reason to, after Rook d8, to start with king f8, not to walk into this one, to then allow knight b6, c4. So this is possible. Oh yeah, Rook c2, right? We were looking at this earlier. This is also a candidate move for white. Rook c2 followed by Rook f c1. Which maybe feels a little bit more ambitious because you're doubling against that c pawn. C2, and then yeah, black still has to figure it out. Does Rook cd1 work? Let's see. I mean, number one, black can just ignore whatever white is doing, and then you still are not developing the rook, right? That's kind of the issue. But yeah, I'm not sure I quite see the idea after bishop takes e2. This would be a problem. Rook takes d5. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, this, then you have here, and 2 pieces for the rook. I mean, I don't know, actually, material-wise, like, black got a pawn. Maybe this is not bad. But yeah, if we go back here, yeah, what if black just does nothing? Then it's like, what would be the point of just kind of blocking in the rook, yeah? But it's kind of a clever idea. Rook c2 played after about 14 minutes here. So yeah, Christopher on a bit of a think, but okay, Rook c2, yeah, it just felt like the most rational move. Now I am curious what Fabi does, because what to do? White wants to play Rook fc1. And yeah, actually very simple plan. Rook fc1, e3 or e4, and then just trying to pick up this one. So what to do for black? Yeah, king d6 feels like you're kind of walking into some tactics. And Yeah, on king d6, rook d1. Yeah, not sure where the rook, where black is going right from there, because e4 would be a big threat. So I like rook c2. I like what Christopher is doing. He's yeah, he's showing Fabi, you know. So what? So what? You're 200 points higher rated than me, exactly. FIDE. Doesn't matter. I can still attack your pawns. Okay, yeah, black can consider doubling rooks himself, but then the question is like, why go rook d8? Why not just play rook c7 in this position and then play this one? But he can definitely consider also doubling. Still, he's under pressure, right? Like, let's say something like this. White doubles, black doubles. And I mean, white can start with a move like e3. e4 is also a consideration, but let's say white just starts with e3 just to make sure the pawn's not hanging. Yeah, it's unpleasant. Even just like bishop f1 here, just trading off the bishops, and then as long as white controls the c4 square, it's always going to be a little bit more pleasant here for white. Bishop d3, then let's say here, and then maybe c4, or I'm not sure if black has enough for this one. Rook d7 played. So Fabi, you know, it's move 19, 20 more moves to go. So he's looks like he's just lining up to double on the c file. So okay, I guess he doesn't see anything better and doesn't feel like spending more time if he's just going to play rook d7, rook c7 anyway. Yeah, all good, Brayden. You guys are allowed to make suggestions. Yeah, shout out to everyone with COVID. Hopefully you guys are, hopefully it's not hitting you too hard. Okay, rook d7, rook fc1 played quickly. And I would expect rook c7 here from Fabi. Okay, there it is. Oh, you got that cough, huh? Is that dry cough? I had COVID, but I didn't have like an unpleasant cough or anything. I had a very, very mild case. I was very lucky with it. I was just kind of like tired for a couple of days and depressed, but other than that, it was all good. Thankfully, I didn't have much of the cough. Oh, so there's a sound of phlegm. So I've always thought if it's a dry cough, then it doesn't have that phlegm sound, which I thought is what often comes with COVID. And then, yeah, the wet cough is like for other stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, Lad Bay, I think if takes and b4, then right, for sure, black is not hanging. The rook probably is going to go c4 here. And then this one would be kind of a weird structure. Yeah, maybe one idea would be knight b3. I was exactly just thinking about this. To transfer the knight to d4. If the knight gets to d4, then that would be very nice. Yeah. Right, but I'm not sure if black can take, yeah, because we are taking this with check. then check. And let's say rook just comes back all the way. And yeah, I don't know. Not the clearest position. Just right off the bat. Maybe f4 to stop black's king. But it seems like if the counterplay is stopped, then white should win eventually. So this actually feels like a possibility. I think this is a serious line. So takes, b4. Now black also has a move like king d6. So maybe black doesn't have to play c4. But that seems very crucial because if black could play c4, I think he would want to. Because it looks like white's knight is stranded and stuff. But knight b3 and then knight d4. This would just give white just a tremendous strategic advantage. Just b5, yeah, it's just like, oh, ugly position for black. Ugly. Knight c5 maybe also, but I like knight d4 just kind of with the full blockade. Rook c7. And yeah, we'll see if Christopher goes for this. Although b4 king d6, I don't quite see what white has here in this position. Like, why would white actually be better here? Because black is ready to take and then just trade off all the rooks, and then maybe this is okay for black. So e4 played. Yeah, we just had a question about e4. Looks like it's on the board. Hitting the knight. Now black has to choose, I think, between these two, but knight b6 looks a little bit more logical to try to fight for the c4 square. Yeah, so bishop takes d5. This would only be a good decision if white has some concrete follow-up like b4, and then that this turns out good for white. Because otherwise, yeah, you're fixing black's pawns, and you're also giving up like a really good bishop. So this move was only working if there was the follow-up. But b4 king d6 there, I think, was nothing special. So he goes e4. He's kicking the knight off of the very nice d5 square. And now black has to figure out where to put this guy. Of course, the drawback for this one is that white closes off his own bishop. So it's not like this move is all smiles for white. I think e3 was also very tempting, just to kind of get the pawn off of the hanging square. But he goes e4, so he wants that knight off of d5. And yeah, we'll see how Fabi reacts to this one. Bishop d3, I think probably just getting into trouble. So yeah, it feels like knight b6 or knight f6 here would be the way to go. Yeah, definitely no second jumps for black after like knight b6. So the idea would be to play c4 and then try to trade off this pawn that's controlling these squares. And then you can imagine if black gets c4 and then b4, then the knight does have at least the a4 square, and then black can also push c3 and then actually get some activity. So I would expect this one. I'm wondering if there's something concrete here that Fabi is considering. Yeah, I don't know. I don't quite see it. If knight b6, b4, maybe this is what he's thinking about. But then here I do like the bishop d3 idea, because then you can play bishop d3. Oh, and I was going to say bishop d3 and c4, but no, bishop d3, there would be rook takes c5. So something like this maybe could be a concern, and then bishop f1 and going after the pawn. Okay, knight b6 on the board. So see if Christopher goes for this one, but actually this looks very tempting just at first glance. Just b4. Putting pressure on the c-pawn, and then if c4, bishop f1, setting up the pin along the diagonal. And then the pawn isn't hanging yet, but it's under a lot of pressure. And white still has this knight b3, knight c5 maneuver possible as well. So it could be, whoops, could be a little something here for Christopher. Would getting the knight to g4 help? Yeah, no, not much upside for black on the king side, right? Like, this would only be one piece here. And so with all of black's other pieces, like over here on the queen side, there's very little that the knight can accomplish on g4. That said, the knight would be really good on e5. So if white just did nothing here and allow you to play knight g4, knight e5, then this would be great for black because here the knight is really active. So I do think against knight f6, white would have to react some way. Like maybe f3 first, and then bishop f1, maybe h3, to kind of keep the knight from being able to maneuver this way. But anyway, the knight can jump to knight d7, knight e5. Maybe if I was considering this, because I think this is a reasonable idea as well, putting the knight on d7 and then playing for e5. But he goes knight b6, he goes this way. Of course, he can play knight d7, knight e5 from this direction as well. So interesting to see what Christopher chooses. I guess that's another option. If b4, maybe black can just play knight d7 in response and then just defend the pawn and say like, okay, if you want to trade off, then we can trade off. Instead we have a different move, bishop f1. So he wants to trade off the bishops and then just assume control over the c4 square. That's very reasonable as well. After takes, oh, which I think is on the board. Okay, so they already played this. White is just keeping control over this square and keeping some pressure. So he's keeping at least a little bit of an edge. Is Christopher. So yeah, I like his position here. Playing for 2 results. Very little chance of losing against Fabi. If he makes a draw here, I mean, that's big for his confidence. And, oh, I guess we have a draw already in Levon Wesley. I thought we were going to have a big fight in this game, but somehow they found a repetition. Bishop d4, knight e2. Bishop c5, knight c3. And then it looks like they repeated moves and draw agreed. I mean, okay. They know best. I'm sure they had their reasons. Maybe white, I mean, definitely both sides here could have played on, but especially I think if anyone it would be white. But okay, I guess not in a hugely fighting mood today, which is fine. I think anyone that plays chess knows, like, it's round 10, you get tired. You just get tired. So I have no blame for these guys. Fabi, king takes f1, he goes g5. Oh, so he's finally like doing something a little mysterious, a little sneaky. Let's put the pawn on g4, bring the knight to e5, knight f3, and then checkmate white. He's just gonna checkmate him. But no, I think he's just making sure that he's gonna have his fair share of counterplay on the board. Oh, they drew about 20 minutes ago. Yeah, I didn't see the result on the side here, so I was unaware. That's cool though. Yeah, g5 I think really thematic idea, especially for this kind of structure, because it like fixes white's pawns, and then you can imagine a knight on e5 works really well with this pawn on g4, because then white can't challenge the knight with f4. So yeah, very thematic. I think very smart idea here from Fabi to do this. Still though, I would think that white is at least slightly better here, but maybe not much. Maybe not much. Okay, and king e2 from Christopher. Let's see what else is happening here, because this endgame I think is going to play out for a bit. Let's check in with Hans and Elshon, because this position was very interesting. I liked what Hans was doing here in this King's Indian. So bishop g6. We last saw it here. Actually, let's see it from black's point of view. Takes, queen e2, rook f7, knight e4, bishop d4 played, putting some pressure on f2, Rook a3, defending along the side. And now g4 from black, taking away the f3 square. So yeah, I like this. I like how this is playing out for black. I feel like he's going to go h5, maybe h4 somewhere, rook h7 first, h4, open up the h-file. And then it's going to be kind of annoying for white to defend against the mate. That said, now with fewer pieces on the board, I feel like this plan to go b4 for white has to be more and more tempting, but it's hard to achieve. Maybe black or white would have had to play rook b1 and b4 to make this happen, but he decided to put the rook on the third rank. Maybe the rook is going to b3, b6, and then some b4 ideas from there. Yeah, liking this position for black. Also, Hans has big time advantage, 26 minutes here for white. Move 26, 14 minutes to go. So, yeah, not that many moves, but still, 14 moves to make, 26 minutes left. There's going to be some time trouble here for Elshon, and he's burning his clock, and the next 14 moves could get really risky as black goes h5, rook h7, h4, takes, queen h5, and just starts playing for mate. So this game definitely going to get really sharp. Okay, let's see what else going on here. Let me take a peek at the official broadcast. What are they up to? They're hanging out, they're laughing, they're having a good time. They're showing off the merch from the chess club. Okay, I do want to see the players though, but yeah, not seeing the players. That's okay. Okay, Elshon down to 24 minutes. All right, folks. I'm going to take a quick break here. We are approaching the 2-hour mark of our stream, so I'm going to take a quick break, get some water. I would encourage you all to do the same. Refresh your drinks, because these games are going to continue, I think, for some time. We're still going to have some big fights here, and some of these games might just be warming up. For example, this game, Lenormand Spirits, actually could be really sharp. A6, rook c1, and possible infiltration here coming. But anyways, I'm going to take a quick break. I think I'll leave it on the multiverse view so you guys can see several boards. And then we will be back in just a little bit. Alrighty, welcome back. How's everyone doing? So what's happening here? Okay, Sevian Robson looking very drawish. I wonder Liang versus Dominguez could easily heat up. This position kind of looks a little spicy. And Elshon just played b4 against Han, so this one definitely feels like it's approaching its climax here. Christopher Yu against Fabi. Fabi has started pushing a bit on the king side, but valuation hasn't changed too much. I think white is the one that's still a little bit ahead there. And yeah, then we have Lenormand against Darrow. This game, a lot of pieces still on the board. Looks very, very kind of double-edged here as well, despite the exchange Slav structure. And then Zhang against Shankland. Some structural changes here, so definitely still a lot of action going on in this one. So how's everyone doing? How's your Saturdays coming along? For which game we should focus on here. Kind of curious how this Christopher Yu and Caruana game plays out. Zeray just played rook c8 against Sevian. I would be very surprised if Sevian can make anything happen on this board here. that would be quite interesting to me. Okay, rook e5, b takes c5, d takes c5 on the Elshon Hans game. Now white's knight on e4 under heavy pressure. How is actually white gonna deal with this one? He might have to play knight c3, which is a bit unfortunate because then it feels like the knight is at least a little bit away, but maybe he's got knight e2 coming up and it's not so bad. Oh, coming to the end of Saturday. Right, I forgot about that. So you guys already had a whole Saturday, now you're just kind of chilling. Okay, rook takes d4 from Elshon. All right, let's jump to this game. Breaking news. We got exchange sack. Takes a knight c5. Yeah, I was wondering if he might go for this because at least this is somewhat active for white. Where you're now threatening knight d7, you're threatening queen takes d4. Maybe the knight can jump to e6 at some point. Black's king is weak. And black has kind of lost his most active piece, right? The dark squared bishop. So a very tempting sacrifice that Elshon made here. Because otherwise, it's like, what is he supposed to do? If knight c3 back, just feels like this would be quite passive for white. Although he does have like knight e2 coming. Maybe black plays some move. Like queen to f6 or rook f5, something like this. Just putting pressure on f2 and not allowing white to go like knight e2 and then bishop takes would be a big problem. Not sure. Rook f5 would allow the knight to come back to e4. Maybe queen f6 and then stopping knight e2, and then the knight just doesn't have such a great future. Maybe knight d1, knight e3, but yeah, then black is ready to go h5, h4 and open up white's kingside. So he sacks the exchange with knight c takes knight c5, and now he's got nice little initiative here. So exchange up for Hans, but definitely not an easy position, I think, for black. In fact, I'm not even sure how much black has here in terms of like objective advantage. I'm not sure if black is actually so close to winning this one. Could be nice compensation for white. Okay, so yeah, Hazlitt, I mean, we usually don't like to have computer evals on this channel. If I wanted the computer eval, I could also just turn it on, you know? But I assume you didn't know that. But yeah, we have kind of a floating no evals rule here at the dojo for everyone. But yeah, actually it's not too amazing that the engine even thinks white is a little bit better. Because, yeah, a lot of initiative. So knight d7, this is one threat. Queen takes d4 as well, just taking the pawn. And then playing against black's weaknesses. But, yeah, all good. All good. Queen c6. Not sure in... Oh, queen d6? Maybe. Then white can minimum play queen takes d4. And pick up one pawn, hit this pawn with check. Knight takes b7 also in the air. So white's getting a lot of pawns here. It's kind of we can feel it's kind of annoying for black. So Hans goes rook ef5. So getting out of knight d7. I'm not sure he had a way of defending this one anyway. So white can now take this one, and yeah, actually starts to feel very comfortable for white. Knight can come back to e4. So very, very instructive exchange sack. Just takes knight c5. Of course, he couldn't take here right away because the knight was hanging, but knight jumps to c5 first, threatens to win back the material, pick up this weak pawn, and now we can see like, oh, black's kingside all of a sudden feels very, very weak. So Elshon's managed to turn this one around, it seems. Though still not a lot of time for him, 21 minutes. to make 8 moves. So definitely he has a reasonable amount of time actually to make it to the time control with pretty decent position. Okay, so go Elshon. Fabi game. So what happened here? G5, King E2, H5, H3, F5. So Fabi just pushing. King E3, King F6, F4. Christopher pushing back, takes, and now King takes. King takes is a little bit surprising. You would have kind of expected pawn takes, I think. And I'm not sure what exactly he didn't like about this one. But he goes king takes, which seems to allow e5 check. But I guess Christopher is saying that this is not a big deal. So now he can go king e3 or king f3. And, okay, if black takes, he'll take back. This pawn on e5 will also be weak, so he's not really risking much here. So takes, king takes. Interesting. King takes f4, a vague attempt to play for a win. I'm not exactly sure what that means. I feel like that's a common phrase people throw around, but yeah, I never really know what it means. No, I think he's still trying to win either way. Like, I think both captures kind of make sense. Oh, is he trying to keep these pawns together? Could that maybe be the idea? Yeah, this is possible, for sure. That he's trying to tempt black into something like this, when then he has like 2 versus 1 on the king side, and he can maybe put some pressure here. So yeah, I definitely think it's fair to say like he's keeping the 2 pawns together. But yeah, this one definitely, I think at first glance feels more natural. Because then you keep these 2 pawns together. That also looks nice. Maybe you get e5 in at some point. But my guess is black takes. Maybe knight gets to d5. Something like that. Was the consideration. Now Fabi to play. He's got 20 minutes to make 12 moves. Yeah. Still like not that much time to make 12 more moves in this endgame. It's not like the simplest position in the world. Parker says pawn takes does look more accurate on closer consideration. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. Maybe you could enlighten us. To me, both look reasonable. King takes is maybe slightly surprising because he's allowing like e5 check, but both look... I don't think it really changes the evaluation of the position too much. Like black is still kind of left with this this weakness here. But yeah, we'll see what Fabi does. Maybe it could be an idea to go knight d7, knight e5. Though knight d7, we got to worry about b4. We got to worry about knight c4. Actually, knight c4 maybe is annoying. Stopping knight e5 and also maybe threatening knight d6, e5 check, stuff like that. Or even this one and then taking this one. Hey, we got a raid from Eleni Chess. Welcome. Hello. Thanks for joining us. We are just watching the games from the U.S. Championships. Watching this Fabi Christopher game. Some other interesting games keeping an eye on as well. like Elshon against Hans, and maybe Jeffrey against Shanklin, a Wonder against Dominguez. But yeah. Yeah, Fabi here with 18 minutes. He's, I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's a ton of danger to Black's position here, but you would still rather be white here. And he's kind of gone into the tank on this one. I mean, yeah, you kind of think you would just play e5 at some point if you had nothing else to do, but yeah, it seems like he really doesn't want to, which is interesting. But yeah, other than this one, I'm having a hard time coming up with a move for Black because a6 is kind of pointless. It's just like just wasting a move, and then maybe even weakening the knight. So not clear why you would want to play a6 unless you absolutely had to and you have no other moves. It's hard to move the rook because then you're allowing rook takes c5. So without having some kind of clear counterplay, you wouldn't really do this one. And then knight d7, I think knight c4 just seems annoying for Black. And then maybe again you got to go e5. Okay, so he's played f takes e4, which feels like it has its own drawback. It's like just leaving all the Black's pawns isolated, and now white plays king takes e4. But I guess he just couldn't really find another reasonable move, and he spent a lot of time there because he spent seven minutes out of 20 something, right? Out of his remaining 20 something minutes, and now 16 minutes to make like 11 more moves. And White's position comfy, 2 pawn islands against 4, clear advantage. Is an h4 pawn sack a bad idea? Yeah, the issue is like you might be giving up too many pawns. I think there would be a couple problems. So yeah, here like after I think like rook h7 would be the idea, rook h8, something like this. This might not be so bad. I mean, Black is also losing this one, but you're getting like this and then taking this as well. But you would also have to be concerned about g4. Because then white gets like a protected passer, and yeah, then the structure feels comfy for white. Oh, h4, and then in this position to play h4. Yeah, maybe an idea. I'm not sure. Because white has options. There's like e5 check white could throw in, and then taking this one. Or let's say taking, and then if e5, king f3, then it's hard for Black to leave this pawn behind with one of the rooks. So yeah, it would be a very concrete thing to try and give up that pawn. But yeah, it looks like Fabi did not want to push his pawn to e5. I think he wants to keep this square available for his knight. And yeah, looking nice for Christopher. I mean, if I didn't know better, I would say he has very very decent winning chances here. Which doesn't mean he's winning, it means he has chances. So he might win. But it's not like a sure thing. But it might happen. Though Fabi is very skilled, he's very good. So I feel like he also has chances to save the game. Yeah. And we see, this knight on a5 actually kind of very nice construction. He's held this one for a while. He's just held this pressure. And we can feel like, it's so unpleasant for Black. Even if you're like former #2 highest rated player in the world, like third highest rated player of all time, 2014 Sinkfield Cup champion with, was it 8 out of 10? Like, or no, isn't 9 out of 10? It's just like insane score. Or 8 out of 9. Yeah, even if you're that strong, it's still an unpleasant position. 8.5 out of 10. Thank you. Thank you. And Christopher is either 15 or 16 now. But yeah, at heart, he's a very young and sweet kid. So King E7 from Fabi. And it's an interesting move. I guess he gets out of the way of any kind of F-file checks. And I would think he's hoping to activate his rook one day and target the G-pawn. It doesn't seem easy for white to convert this. I feel like you have to be extremely accurate here. Yeah, if it wasn't Fabi playing, this would be lost. Yeah, it's so easy to like think like that. I have that same bias. I don't know what way you would call it exactly. It's like an authority bias or something. Where it's like the fact that Fabi has this position makes me think like, okay, he'll probably hold it. But if this is like Christopher Yu against like Sam Sevian or like a Wonder or like Lenderman, then I'm thinking like, looks pretty good. But I have a lot of respect for all these guys. So essentially, if strong grandmaster is doing something, I usually feel like, okay, they know what they're doing. Okay, G4 from Christopher. So yeah, that's kind of a big move because he's allowing black to trade off one of his weaknesses. But at the same time, he gets an immediate pass pawn. He just gets this outside pass pawn. So it's a very direct and simple idea, and it kind of makes sense. F takes E4 seemed like a clear blunder, though. Why do you say that? I don't get why it's a clear blunder. Seems like it was a difficult position. Like we were having a hard time figuring out what move black should play here, actually. Because you could go E5 check, but then white moves the king, and then black is kind of still stuck. I mean, maybe just shuffling with king E6 was an option, but not such an easy thing. No, Fe4 doesn't give a pawn. They're just trading pawns. After F takes E4, king takes E4. They're just trading. But yeah, I think E5 check was also possible. But then, yeah, the question again is after king F3, how to continue here as black. Because it's still, you're still under pressure. You still just have all the same issues as before. All the pawns are kind of dangling. It's hard to move the rooks. It's hard to move the knight. So it's still unpleasant. Actually, maybe king E3 from white. And then even threatening like rook F1 here also could be very unpleasant. And then anyway, black might have to go Fe4. So yeah, it definitely doesn't seem like a blunder to me. But okay, G4 takes, move 31. 15 minutes for Fabi. 9 moves to make to the time control. So yeah, he's got to be really precise here, because this can go bad very quickly. If white somehow wins this one and then wins the A pawn, That's just 2 pawns on the queen side. And he can target the pawn like rook g8, but this is just a 1-move attack, right? White goes king f4 or king f3 and just defends the pawn. Or also actually in rook g8, maybe white considers this one. Just takes. Because if rook takes g4 check, king goes to f3, hitting the rook. And then white is ready to go rook c7 check next and take, or knight c6 check and take. And then white has these 2 connected passers on the queen side, which would possibly be enough to just win the game. So, yeah, really not so easy for black. I like how Super Duper asks a question and then immediately answers it. That's funny. Yeah, Caruana might be winning the tournament, but he's definitely not winning this game. And in fact, he might be losing this game. Which reminds me, what's happening with Ray Ray? Ray Ray, I think, yeah, they've just got a very drawish bishop endgame on the board there. So if Abi loses and Ray draws, then they'd be tied for first. But we're long ways away from that. Yeah, Ray Robson game, very likely draw, I think. Not much advantage there for whites. This game, I don't know. There's just so little material on the board that it feels like Christopher is going to have to be super precise to convert it. Okay, King f6. Han's game. Yeah, we can take a look. So looks like exchange sack paid off for white. Rook f5, he took here. h5, knight e6. Knight back to f4, queen h7. Yeah, it looks very comfortable for white, although it's still really sharp. I mean, knight on f4 is strong, but black is threatening to go h4 right now. Try to undermine the knight. Maybe white just ignores that one and says, all right, if you take, I'll go fg and keep the knight defended. And if h3, then takes, and king h2 will keep the pawn blockaded. And in the meantime, white's ready to just push c5, maybe rook b1. Okay, rook b1, actually easy way to blunder here. Rook takes f4, but some version, rook e1, c5, maybe pushing for d6 or c6. Yeah, definitely white has very good practical chances, but game is, of course, by no means over. What do I think about Hans's performance? I mean, I don't know, like, kind of up and down, right? Like he had some difficult losses. Definitely not a great one. Not like terrible, like he's not doing the worst in the tournament, but yeah, not great. Knight e6 here. Definitely this feels like a reasonable move. Although the knight kind of came from e6, so I'm not sure if he wants to do that. Like knight e6, and then he played this one. So if he goes knight e6 here, then I think black repeats the position. And at this point, it seems like black should be happy with a repetition. But yeah. So I imagine he keeps the knight on f4, and instead tries to kind of free his rook. Because I think the idea is you blocking the rooks on the f file, so you can activate your rook now and start to put some pressure. Yeah, the other plan for white is to go right c5, d6, and just start pushing the pawn. And the idea here is not just to get the pass pawn going, which would be really strong, but also to like open up black's king more. And if white has a lot of open files to like activate his rook, then this could get really ugly for black's king. Because okay, white is down the exchange, but white is not down in terms of the piece count. Like both sides still have 3 pieces. White just happens to have a knight instead of a rook, right? But if black's king gets opened up and white has 3 pieces attacking, it doesn't really matter whether this piece is a knight or a rook. Black's king is going to be toast. So yeah, that's kind of the danger for white in this position. He has 5 minutes left to make 5 moves to reach the time control. 5 minutes is not a lot here because it is a sharp position. And Hans has actually nearly an hour, so he's putting pressure on the clock. So it does make sense for white to maybe repeat the position once and then keep the game going in order to get closer to the time control. But no, it looks like Alshon, he's going all out. Queen a7. Well, that's one way to try to win the game. Just take this pawn and then run the c-pawn home. Yeah, this one wasn't really on our radar. But it looks dangerous because it feels like you're kind of leaving the king side, right? But I assume he's calculated something here. And also, I mean, he does have some annoying checks, although there is rook f8. But h4 quickly from Hans, so he's just kind of seizing the moment. He knows he has no chance to defend the queen side here, so he has to just go all out. I think if e6, probably a couple issues here. I mean, yeah, I think white just takes either way, and then this is just way too much material that black is giving up. Knight takes probably also good. So h4, playing for counterplay. I mean, I think this is the most logical move, and we'll see what Alshon's idea was here, because of course, I mean, he had to have seen this coming. Like knight f4, queen h7. Zero chance he doesn't understand that black's next move is h4. And now I assume he wanted like queen takes b7 here, or maybe check first and then queen takes b7, and then on taking just recapturing something like this. Do I think Hans would blitz that out if Alshon had 30 minutes on the clock? Yeah, it's hard to say. Maybe. I think it's less about how much time Alshon has and more about just objectively the quality of the position. Because I think black is it seems like black is in serious trouble here. And I think that's more of what's driving him to play quickly. Because when you're in big trouble, you play quickly. The idea is you try to get your opponent to also play fast, or if they don't play fast, then at least you put some pressure on the clock because their clock runs down. So it's more about, I think, just not having a great position. Because he could spend 10 minutes here and play h4, and then, you know, anyway, white plays queen takes b7, and all he did was just kind of give white more time to think. So it's kind of just like, yeah. Whereas if it's a more combative position, and maybe black has one move that equalizes, or 1 or 2 moves that keep the game close, everything else loses, then I think you probably do spend more time there to kind of make sure you find the right move. Whereas here, this is a position where, as black, you might be thinking, I'm just busted, every move is losing, so might as well play fast because, well, I have to play for something. So h4 takes, hd3, fg3 on the board. Now, this is one clear idea for black. Wow, he just played e5. I was going to say, one idea was to go rook h6 and try to give this check. But this one allows some checks on the back rank. Actually, look at this line. If rook h6, maybe white could play here. And then if rook f8, how about this one? Maybe this is what Alshon was calculating. Not bad, huh? If this, you got rook f8 immediately. And if king e8, then we come around this way. So I think that was actually kind of an important variation. Otherwise, rook h6, I mean, that looks really annoying, right? Trying to take and get the queen in. But check. And then if black doesn't want to move the king, he has to go rook f8. But then, okay, we have queen f8. We saw that. And if the king comes up, then there's knight e6 check. And I think this is just well, I don't know exactly what's going on here, but feels like this could be very bad for black's king. This one also possible. Forcing some kind of rook endgame where white is going to be, well, I guess just one pawn up, but yeah, not sure about white's winning chances here. Anyways, e5. on the board. So big move from Hans. He's allowing the queen trade, but it's kind of a very nice en passant trick, because if white takes en passant, then of course you lose the queen, which is bad. But if you take time to save your queen, then you lose the right to play en passant, so you can't do it anymore. You're only allowed to do it for that one turn. And then the knight is white would be in big trouble here because the rook is hanging. Hold on. So e5. This is kind of this could be big. This could have been like a huge blunder actually, if Elshan wasn't anticipating this one. Because what is white supposed to do now? He can give check, but then he can't take en passant anymore. And on check, there's going to be rook f8. This queen takes b7, yeah, might have been a big blunder actually. So takes e5. Oof. Oof. Yeah, I was just saying it's like it was a nice position for white, but it's still sharp enough where it's still a game. Yeah, I just don't see a move. Okay, you guys are saying GG. Did he resign? Let's see if I can find the live broadcast. Oh yeah. Game over. He resigned. Wow. Wow, he missed e5. Dang. Dang, what a trick. Oof, well, yeah, gotta say, dang, he really did it to himself, huh? With queen a7, like, he didn't have to do this. And as soon as he played it, like, all of us in the chat were just like, uh-oh, like, it just didn't look right, right? Like, oh, man. Brutal. Brutal. Yeah, very risky move. So was it ever completely winning? No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I really don't know what the engine thinks about this position, and I'm not looking for that. So please don't write it in the chat. But to me, this position looks very pleasant for white without queen a7, like rook e1, for example, or c5 even maybe, just followed by d6. To me, it looks like white is better. Black's king is weak, but it's certainly not like an easy position to play. Like I wouldn't think white is. White is just completely winning. Right. So you're saying, you guys are saying queen a7 was okay because concretely white is still holding, right? But we're saying from like a practical point of view. So I guess after hg, so here fg e5. So e5 fg was a tactical blunder, right? So if he knew like the computer move queen c8 check here, then it was still okay, right? But we're saying from a human point of view, once you play queen a7, it's then very hard to follow up like the computer. Why computer move? Well, I mean, if number one, if it was simple, I think Elshan would have played it, right? But clearly he didn't see. Yeah, I would say when your opponent goes h takes g3 and threatens mate in 1, f takes g3 is probably pretty natural as a recapture. And anything else I would say is a computer move, right? I understand this is a check, but then you're like walking into a tempo, right? It's like, so now we have two things under attack, like queen is hanging and mate in 1 is hanging, right? So this is okay as long as you also see like the second check and you see that black has no way to like respond to this check that's also a tempo. So yeah, that's why I'm saying it's kind of like, because it's very tactical, right? It's like for a human, it's not very natural to leave mate in 1 hanging and then give a check where your queen is hanging next move. But for an engine, like computers, right? Okay, they just see it. Or if he had more time, then I'm sure he would have figured it out. But with not having a lot of time in that position, it's very, very tough, right? Like you have 4 minutes, your opponent just plays h takes g3, threatening mate in 1. It's very natural to just recapture. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Queen a7, h4, queen b8 check. Yeah. Right. I guess black plays rook f8 here, and then maybe white takes. And then we have something similar after hg, fg, and then maybe e5 again would be a problem here if the game goes down this way. Yeah. Yeah, here this looks very similar. So you had to be very, very accurate, it sounds like. Yeah, this e5 was a big threat. But if you don't see that e5 was a threat, and I think most of us watching, we didn't see that this was a threat, right, until it actually happened. Then, I mean, White's play is very logical. And we had just seen, like, this crazy... He probably had this in mind, like, this thing, and saw that he's winning here. But yeah, overlooked e5, and... well, that's chess at the, you know, master levels. You overlook one move, you lose the game sometimes. Just how it happens. Yeah, the en passant tricks are always fun. When like you allow en passant for one move, but the opponent can't do it, and then it's too late, and then oops, big trouble. Okay, so nice win for Hans. He bounces back a bit. And I think this puts him on, looks like 4.5. I don't know if this is updated, but I think he, yeah, improves his score. Let's go to Christopher Yu, because they got 5 moves to make here before the time control. So king f6, g5. Look at this. Look at this puzzle rush. What is this g5? So if king takes, what's the idea here exactly? Because if you start giving checks with the rook, then the king starts running back. Maybe king takes rook f2 was the idea, something like this. And then it's very hard to deal with rook g1 and rook h2. Okay, so king g6, rook f1, and rook d7 on the board. Wait, someone was saying Fabi forced the draw. I don't quite see it yet. I don't know if this is like an engine eval that we're referencing or what. But this position is still very much live. On like the game is still going, it looks. Not literally. Oh, but it seems Josh. Oh, I see. To me, it looks like very similar to the position we had 2 moves ago. So I don't know. I still think white is the one that's pressing. Yeah. Yeah, P more brings up a good point. Like the other issue with people using the engine, it's like a lot of times the engine just isn't even calculating that deeply, especially like a browser engine like on chess.com or Lichess. So it doesn't even give you like accurate information. So it's like, yeah, I mean, it's, but okay, look, it's just how it goes. How it goes. So rook f1, rook d7. Yeah, interesting that Fabi didn't take this pawn. But yeah, to me this looks like the problem. Rook f2, followed by rook g1, and yeah, just looks super, super dangerous. Black having no activity at all. So king g6, he keeps the pawn as a cover. Rook f1 played, threatening possibly to give this check, and now rook to d7. So yeah, some very, very still actually I would say it's not easy here for black. I think still definitely a lot of ways to go wrong, and he still has to make 7 moves before the time control with 10 minutes to go. Oh, the FG3 example? Wait, what do you mean exactly, the FG3 example? Like the Elsham game? Yeah, you do see a lot of mates in these games, often in the background as well. Like in that Elshon game, like there was that line we saw where if Black had played Rook H6, he had this like Queen takes F8 and then leading to all those mates. And that is one of the big benefits of solving a lot of mating puzzles is that a lot of times not like the stuff is going to show up in front of you where you have like a mate and two, but it's going to show up in the variations if you're trying to justify your play. Oh, going check with the queen and main one hang. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean, Cardia. Yeah, absolutely. That's definitely a great example of where it's like, right, for a human, especially with like in time trouble, yeah, you don't. It's very hard to calculate a queen check, right, where they have a tempo. You just reject it because you don't have a lot of time. You're just like, all right, I got to look at like serious moves. So H G F G. Yeah. Okay, so king takes g5 played. Oh, rook f6 check. King takes g5. Rook takes e6. Rook d4. King f3. So Christopher's still kind of gunning for this mate. I mean, it feels like Fabia's one mistake from just losing this. But now a lot of pawns have gone and traded. Now it is starting to get much more into the drawish territory, especially if Black can play like c4 and trade these pawns off. So here Fabio just has to make sure that he doesn't somehow get mated. But yeah, it seems like Black should be okay here. Maybe rook f4 check to start and then c4. Is it obvious for me to see the difference between people suggesting genuine moves and people using the fish? Um, it's a funny question. Yeah, sometimes, like, if the move is like really wild, right, or spectacular, or we were looking at the position for 5 minutes and didn't consider the move, and then someone just like like randomly suggested, and then it turns out to be strong. Something like that. Usually, it's just like the language, because people that are watching with the engine, they like they seem to think they know the objective evaluation, which is very strange. Because like when you're in a game, there is no objective. It's just like you just have the game. Like one side is better, one side is worse, but there's no like, oh, you're up by 2.5 here or anything like that. So when people are like using the engine, you kind of hear it in their language because they're like, oh, isn't this just winning for white, or isn't this just like simple draw? And it's like, what are you talking about? There's still like tons of pieces on the board. Why would this be like easy draw? Like, where is this easy draw coming from? So that's when you know, like, okay, it's because they know the eval, so it's like their language kind of reflects that. Or when it's like a sharp position and they're like, oh, so do you think he'll resign any moment now? And it's like, what? Like, still like there's tons of pieces on the board, but okay, engine is saying like +7 or something, so that's why they're typing that. Like, oh, do you think he'll resign? Because they see that it's +7 or it's +10. But to a human, it's not a position where you resign yet. It's like, okay, it seems like it's on the verge of losing, but still some knockout has to be found still. But okay, I mean, I'm not like I understand. I mean, I often watch games with the engine on as well, so it's like not like I'm not trying to chastise anyone here. Okay, I'm just saying it's clear sometimes when people are using the engine and then trying to pass off the engine eval as like their own, or yeah, if they're making comments based on obviously knowing what the engine is saying. Yeah. Or like someone makes like a really natural move, right? Like c4 gets played, and then someone's like, "Oh wow, that's like obvious blunder, right?" Or like Fabi blundered. Yeah, that's the big one when they're like, "Oh, Fabi blundered." It's like, okay, how would you know that unless unless you're just watching with, clearly you're just watching with the engine, and then something went up or something went down, and that's why you're saying like, "Oh, Fabi blundered." But no, I mean, I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world. I'm just saying, if you're watching for like instructive value, like you're trying to get something out of watching the games live and you're trying to like improve your chess, then I would think watching without the engine is the best thing to do by far. Just try to think on your own, try to predict moves, see what the players end up playing, instead of your moves, right? You're not going to predict everything. Try to understand like what are they thinking about, what are they calculating, if they're spending time on a position, like what are they spending time on? Like why aren't they just making an obvious move, or like what are they trying to figure out here? That I think is going to be really like the most useful thing. If you're just approaching it from like you're watching the games live, you're trying to improve your chess while also like absorbing the games. However, a lot of people, okay, they just watch because they're interested in the games. They're not interested in like doing chess improvement all the time. Like they just want to watch the games and they want to see the eval and see who's ahead. And I think that's totally fine. I don't think that's like, I don't know. Some people on this channel get a little preachy about it, and they're like, it's like, no, you can't watch, like the engine is cancer, the eval is cancer. I'm not really like that strong on it. Yeah, now this is definitely liquidating big time. Yeah, for sure. Now, even as humans, we can see, okay, as humans, everything is getting traded off. As humans, we're seeing, like, yes. Now, okay, we can say as humans, yeah, this looks very, very drosh. But yeah, like if you guys are just watching for fun, right? You just want to see the games. You want to see, I like the St. Louis broadcast. Like if I'm just watching the games and not streaming or anything, I'll be watching the St. Louis broadcast often, and they show the evals all the time. That's just part of their thing. But yeah, I would say, but that's when I'm kind of watching just more for interest, like as a fan. But if I'm watching, like when I'm doing the stream, actually, I'm trying to kind of kill two birds with one stone. I'm trying to like do the stream, provide some content for you guys, but also like as a chess player, I want to see some strong players play, and I want to try to guess their moves. And so for me personally, it makes more sense to like not have the eval bar on, not have the engine on, and just try to think with my own brain and try to figure out or see if I can figure out what's happening. So yeah, if you're watching casually, yeah, it's like knowing like the score, right? I mean, it's not exactly, because it's not exactly how that works. Like in chess, you can have a +3 position and it's still 50-50 because it's just super imbalanced, even though it's +3, but it's only +3 if you find all the engine moves, right? So it's like, so it's still like 50-50, like players have 50% chance. Whereas in sports, it's like, okay, if someone is up by 20 points or something, or by 10 points, whatever, then clearly they're ahead. There's no 50-50 at that point. So that's why chess is like a little bit different, but still, it's like, yeah, I can totally get if you're watching casually, you just want to see the eval. I think it's totally reasonable. Yeah, now on the point, like, where if you watch with the eval bar and then you try to figure out why the eval bar is shifting, honestly, I don't know if I'm a believer in that, because sometimes the eval bar just changes for no reason, and it's also not it's not very relatable. Like in a game, when you're playing a game, your opponent makes some move, you don't just see the eval bar going up on the side and then that's a hint like, oh, I have a tactic now, time to calculate, right? So if you do that during training, it's kind of like, right? It's like when you're solving puzzles. It's like solving puzzles is good because you're working on your calculation, but it's much easier than normal because you know that there's a solution there, and it's harder during the game to figure out all those things by yourself. But yeah, when you're watching with the eval bar, I don't know. It's just, I think it can just confuse you, because from a human point of view, the eval of the position might not change that much, but then it goes from point 4 to point 2, and it's like whatever. It's like the attack is still going. Oh, that's weird. Rook b4. He could have taken. He could have taken. I don't know why he decided not to. That's a little weird. But okay, I guess they're gonna disrespect each other for a little bit here. So yeah, I'm not a fan of the eval bar when you don't. I feel like if you're gonna use the engine, just like use the engine and see the moves that it's suggesting. But yeah, especially like when commentators use the eval bar and then they don't know what the move is, and then they're just like trying to guess. I don't know. It's just like, for me, yeah, it kind of colors the experience a bit. I don't love it. That'll be Fabi in the interview later. Okay, so this game definitely draw. Let's switch to another game. Okay. And wow, they're still making moves. Oh my god, they just switched to the second score sheet. All right, they traded rooks, and now yeah, 100% they're gonna draw soon. Yeah, just give the pawn. Oh, Fabi doesn't want the pawn. Let's push a6. All right, they're gonna play it out till stalemate. That's fine. So this is Jeffrey's game against Sam. We saw this one way back out of the opening. Sam had just played a5. Then Jeffrey pushed b5, and we'll just play through the moves here. I feel like things were very stable. I mean, we almost have a symmetrical position there. And, okay, classic handshake fist bump with Yu Caruana. Sure, that one will make all the memes. Bishop d5 takes, and then Sam takes with the pawn at this moment, which is surprising because he leaves himself with an isolated queen pawn. But I guess on knight takes d5, he would allow knight c6, which is annoying because white's hitting the rook and then hitting the bishop as well. So I think he didn't want to allow the knight in. So takes, knight d2, queen d7, knight f3. And now Jeffrey starts playing against the Isolani. So feels like a reasonable position for white. He can definitely fight for a small plus here. Hey, Thirsty Monster with the raid. Thank you very much. Welcome. Hope you had a good stream. We're just watching US Championships here. A couple of games already over, but a couple of games still remaining. So thanks everyone for joining. Thanks again for the raid. And welcome. Looks like I wonder Li Yang against Dominguez. Yeah, they're gonna they're repeating moves. They're drawing. And yeah, let's talk about this position. So Jeffrey, I feel like, is putting Sam under some pressure here. This d pawn is definitely vulnerable. So the question is, does black have enough activity here, or does it need to kind of defend the pawn just passively, like rook d8, rook c5, something like that? Not an easy position, actually. You know, they've got 7 moves to make before the time control. 17 minutes for Sam, 11 minutes for Jeffrey. So this one, like, stuff could happen over the next couple of moves. Yeah. Okay, on the question of whether you can learn from engines, no, absolutely. I think you can. But, yeah. The issue is a lot of players just don't seem to handle the engine or take the engine's input correctly. Like, a lot of people, I think, just straight up misinterpret what the engine is saying, or they take too much from it. So, yeah, it's really, I think, takes a little bit of experience to kind of understand what the engine is actually saying. But that said, if you do know how to kind of work with the engine and you understand its output, I mean, then it's a super useful tool. I mean, it's like having a 3,500 rated sparring partner you can bounce ideas off of any time, right? It's just your partner doesn't know how to express themselves very well. All they can do is spit out moves. So you might be asking, like, okay, what's the idea in the position? What are my plans? What am I playing for? And then your friend is really high rated, but their communication skills are just terrible. And all they can say is like, knight d2, knight e1, knight d3, bishop d4, knight e5, king h2, g3, g4. And so you're like, okay, but what's my plan? What is the idea of this position? Am I trying to trade off the bishop or the knight? And then your friend's just like, I don't know, boss, but here you should go rook d2, queen a1, queen d1, queen e1, knight d2, knight d3. So yeah, that's kind of the issue with the engine. Okay, knight c3 played by Sam. So forcing the trade, bishop for knight. But after takes, rook takes, This pawn on d5 is still going to be hanging, isn't it? So curious if he's just sacrificing the pawn or what's going to be his idea here. After knight d5 takes. I guess if everything comes off, let's say he goes, because he also has rook d5 here, but let's say something like this happens. It seems like black's idea is to play here. And then on rook d4, bishop b4, black can get the a pawn, which will provide some really serious counterplay. So that seems to be one of Sam's ideas. But if knight takes, burning this, knight takes, rook takes, then it seems like he's just going to play this more of like a pawn sacrifice, like queen c7 or queen e6, and just play for compensation, where it doesn't feel like black is winning the pawn back immediately, but at least has some play. But I'm not quite seeing it, honestly, guys. Like queen e6, knight d4. To me, it just feels like white has a healthy extra pawn. Maybe there's some tactics here. Takes, rook takes. What are we missing? If rook c1 check, king h2. Queen c7 check. Let's say g3. I guess there's rook c2 at the end of this line, which is pretty annoying. So could this be an idea? Could this be Sam's idea? So takes, rook check, king h2, queen c7 check, g3, rook c2. Okay, there's rook d7, but I think the issue is black can maybe just trade and then take on f2 at the end, and the knight's hanging. So it's a good idea, but unfortunately it just doesn't work. So that actually seems plausible. Right, there was also knight e5 here, not to weaken the king with g3. This one kind of has its own drawbacks, that the knight is pinned. But bishop g7, maybe f4. But here black would have rook c2 anyway. And then if black can take this pawn, I mean, that feels very nice for black. So I'm not exactly sure how to make this work for white. Yeah. So Jeffrey, down to 8 minutes here, or under 9 minutes. Move 34, so 6 more moves to go before the time control. So he's calculating, because, yeah, I think he sees exactly this line, like check, queen c7, and then it's kind of awkward for white, because it's very forced. Like, once you go down this path and take the pawn, then you can't really avoid it from white's point of view. So queen c7, rook c2, and you want to be really careful. You don't want to give up this f pawn, because that just weakens your king, weakens your dark squares forever. Could be big trouble. So other than taking on d5, maybe he'll look for a different move here. Maybe just knight d4 first. Maybe g3, king g2 to start. Just kind of a typical improvement. Okay, g3 is a little weakening. You're allowing g5 maybe. Knight e5 definitely a possible move here as well. Just kind of activating the knights. Because white still has this weakness to play for. We don't have to try to take the weakness right away. And if there's counterplay surrounding taking this one, then it's probably better to play around it and just try to build up the position more. Let's see what Jeffrey comes up with. Okay, a lot of games ended. So Robson, Sevian, draw. Liang, Dominguez, draw. So yeah, a lot of draws going into tomorrow's rest day. But this game's still very much ongoing. Lenderman against Darrow. Still some play there as well. So 2 games left in the field here, not counting the women's section, which we'll probably check in with at some point. But yeah, I want to stick with this one because this is actually very interesting position still, and they are approaching some time trouble. Okay, so after some thought, he does take on d5. 6-minute think there. And now we'll see what Sam has in mind. Maybe he'll go for the endgame with queen takes d5, though seems a bit unlikely. Yeah, Lad Baymon, that's the line we had. That's the line we were looking at. Actually, right at the very beginning when all this happened. So big question whether Jeffrey will take with the queen or take with the rook. So he does take with the queen. So yeah, I guess rook takes. He just couldn't find a solution here, and I wasn't seeing one either, right? So that kind of makes sense. This and here. So he does go queen takes d5. And yeah, but now I don't know. I thought this endgame, if anything, was more comfortable for black because you have a very strong bishop. I mean, on an open board, this a pawn is falling. Maybe he's looking for some rook d7 knight e5 play. I'm not sure, but it seems like things are still going to be quite sharp in the endgame. There's no rook d6, yeah. Maybe rook d8, rook b8. Yeah, that could be an idea. So rook a3 on the board. On rook d8, black can also consider moving the king first to be able to meet this one with this one, because this a pawn, of course, is not going anywhere, right? So this would be a consideration as well. If takes rook b8, then who knows? Even this, like, I'm not sure how to call this one because, okay, white is a pawn up, but this a pawn is going to be really strong. The bishop is really strong on the diagonal. Feels like black should have enough to at least be okay here. All right, so now rook a3 on the board. Yeah, I feel like that's pretty reasonable. Who's chess? If rook d7, then I don't know, because we're not pinning the bishop. So rook d7, rook b7, then just bishop comes to c5. But rook d7 connected with knight e5, then yeah, like that's really interesting because it's like white can maybe take the f pawn, but then it does what then, right? Because still like this a pawn is going to be running with or without this f pawn on the board, right? So white will still need to create some counterplay to stop this pawn or to distract black enough to pull the attention away. So critical moment here. I mean, Jeffrey's spending his time. Move 38. He's only got 5 minutes here, but very, very easy, I think, to go wrong here for either side because I feel like there's a lot a lot to calculate. Now rook d7, definitely a serious move here. Let's say takes knight e5, black gives check, king h2, pushes a4. So this, yeah, could be a sample line where black gives up the f7 pawn and just starts running the a pawn. And then white takes a3. And yeah, I'm not sure who's better here. I kind of like black's position. I mean, we're down a pawn, but bishop g7, a2 is coming. Rook f1 at any moment. The knight, needs to be fixed. So this could be really dangerous for white. So Jeffrey goes rook d4. Interesting. He's inducing the move bishop b4, which I think has to be played. Other than this move, like, how else do you do anything here as black, right? You're down a pawn. Only bishop b4 can allow you to take this one. So Shanklin probably trying to figure out Jeffrey's idea here. Yeah, maybe knight e5, right? Is there any rush to play bishop b4? Well, other than bishop b4, I don't really see what black is doing. Yeah, so you're just going to allow white to improve the position, like maybe knight d2 or knight e5, knight c6 somewhere. So I think I think you can't exactly just wait forever since we're a pawn down. But the fact that Sam is thinking means he is thinking about something. Wow, Ladbin, you really want to give the exchange here? This seems crazy to me. Just immediately losing, right? I would be shocked by this. You might have to. No, I doubt it. I think white should have better options than that after rook d4. Like on bishop b4, I think knight e5 is possible. Let's say takes, and then maybe knight c6 here, or knight c4. Maybe knight c6 could be an idea. I think both of these moves are reasonable. And I don't think white is just like losing there yet. But bishop b4, I think it's, yeah, I think that would just be just immediately losing for white. It's interesting we're not seeing bishop b4 from Sam though. Like I really wonder, I mean, maybe he's considering to give a check to force the king to h2, but yeah, I'm not exactly sure why he would want that. I would think on bishop b4, yeah, you want to keep the check in reserve so that you can take and then give a check to unpin at any moment. So I'm really not sure what else he's considering here. If he makes a move other than bishop b4, I'll be very, very surprised. Maybe bishop c5 first and then bishop b4. Maybe this could be something. Hitting the rook and then playing this one. And then maybe arguing, yeah, like the knight now can't go to c4 or something like this. But to me, it's certainly not an obvious, not an obvious idea. Wants to try to win a kingside pawn. I mean, how though, right? Like white's kingside is very solid here. I don't think black. I mean, black is losing the battle on the kingside because he's down a pawn, and like the knight is going to be better than the bishop on one side of the board. Yeah, that would make sense if there was like other stuff going on. So that's why it's very confusing for me. All right, he does go bishop c5. So this is what he was thinking about. So he hits the rook first. And then I would expect if Jeffrey keeps the rook on the fourth rank, like rook c4, then we're going to see bishop b4. Again, other than this move, I just don't see what black is doing in this position. But yeah, it is a common strategic technique. If you have a pawn that you can take at any moment, then it does often make sense to like make all of your like improving moves first, get all your pieces on the best position, then try to take it under the best possible circumstances. But here it doesn't feel like black has a lot of improving moves to make. It feels like white is the one that can really improve. Like the knight can jump in, white can start pushing on the king side. So, okay. And then, yeah, we do see quick bishop b4 there from Sam. So, faith in humanity restored. Sam putting the bishop on b4. He's also gotten a little bit closer to the time control. Now they have one move left to make each. So they will safely make it. And then endgame will continue. And yeah, it's hard for me to evaluate this one. I'm guessing it's close to equal, but I feel like if I had to pick a side, I feel like I'm taking black here with the outside a-pawn and the bishop versus knight. But probably it's close to equal would be my best guess. Yeah, maybe knight d4, knight c2 now. Sure, definitely an idea. Let's say here. Take, knight c2. And yeah, there's not a ton of threat with this one. So, not sure if black really has to do a whole lot here. Maybe just king g7 and just chill. And then if white ever brings the king in, like king f1, king e2, then I don't know, let's say h5, king e2, maybe rook a2, then black would be able to unpin and do a little counter pin. Yeah, no, I think reasonable idea for sure. But it is an interesting question whether Jeffrey is still pushing for the win or if he's now slowed it down and trying to play for equality. Yeah. Okay, rook c6 on the board. Hitting the pawn. And likely forcing bishop c5 because I think black wants to hold on to this one and then take on a4 for free. Though there is something to be said about just trading. And then just trying to run with the a-pawn. So rook c6, yeah, my first thought would be bishop c5. And then, yeah, maybe a possible idea, knight e5 takes knight d7 to try to keep the extra pawn. Yeah, fair enough. Let's say rook b4. If takes, then takes, and then I think black is happy. So let's say knight c5 takes, rook takes. I guess we could get something like this, and then this would be would be entering 4 versus 3 territory, right? At some point, these pawns they just get traded, and then it's 4 versus 3, and likely very drawish. But it shows that white is not really risking too much here. He has minimum this, and let's say he goes here and gives this one, and okay, I don't think he's winning this against Sam, but he can at least try with an extra pawn, 4 versus 3. No losing chances for white. You know, occasionally they win these, so definitely playable. So rook c6, bishop c5 on the board. They made move 40, and yeah, we'll see if white goes for this one or if he has some, because this is at least very safe. You're never losing there as white after knight e5, knight d7. But yeah, maybe Jeffrey will try to look for more here. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll keep watching afterwards the end of some of these games. A few more games still. Looks like knight e5 has been played, so we might get this. Might get this rook endgame eventually. There we go. But yeah, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we will catch the end of the round. So stay tuned. See you guys soon. I'm going to leave it on the multiverse, the multiverse view. This one. So 2 games left. This Jeffrey Shanklin game, and then this game with Lenderman against Darrow that we haven't seen too much. They've got a bishop versus knight endgame, which also looks kind of drawish. Okay, yeah, both these are looking very drawish. Let me see actually what's going on in the U.S. Women's Championship. Holy moly. So many games still ongoing here. Alright, I'm going to leave it on this page then. There's so many more live games in the... Yeah, I didn't realize how many games still ongoing here. Alright, so we'll definitely check out more of these games after the break. In fact, yeah, this game with like Jennifer and Nazi looks very, very sharp. Jennifer on a roll, actually. Her position looks good here. She could be winning another game and just running away with it very, very soon. Okay, folks, quick break. I'll leave the games on so you can watch, and then I will see you all soon. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Welcome back. How's it going? How's it going? Some exciting games I was watching a little bit during the break here. And yeah, this Jennifer Yu against Nazi game is pretty crazy. Anna Zatonsky against Alice Lee, that one's in the end game, but very, very sharp games here in the U.S. Women's Championship. How's everyone doing? I like keeping an eye on the live feed to see what's happening. Max Chu, I don't have the link for you, but you can hit !song and you can get the song itself. Actually, I can get the link for you here. This is the playlist I use because a lot of it is copyright free, I think. And yeah, I'm a fan. Although I don't always listen to it. Like right now, I'm not listening to it. Like it's playing through my headphones. But yeah, I've listened to it a lot. But I like it. I feel like people like it for the streams. People enjoy it. Okay. So yeah, this game was really interesting, I think. With Jennifer against Nazi. That right. There we go. And they had a big time scramble. And yeah, it seems like White was doing really well earlier, but now I feel like Black totally managed to defend her position. And this bishop on d5 is just such a good piece. Amazing bishop. Now taking over the c file, and just like looks like Nazi just kind of overtook this game. So takes, rook g3 played. And yeah, looking to take this pawn and maybe get some counterplay against the king. But yeah, it feels, I don't know, it feels nice for Black with rook c2, rook c1 check. Maybe even just like h5 here. Just defending this one and kind of freezing White's pieces. That might be really, really unpleasant as well. But yeah, interesting position. But yeah, a lot of games here. This is the Sophie game. Of course, we're always rooting for Sophie here, but here, okay, down a pawn, and White having some mating ideas. H6 and check. So this is kind of scary. With only one rook on the board for each side, then it would be a very drawish endgame. But with two rooks on the board, White has some serious mating chances here. Yeah, Tadev. Typical Tadev. Always trying to give mate. Always playing for checkmate. Okay, here I think it makes sense. Yeah, like what else are you going to do? Now, how should black deal with this one? I guess you could start by putting a rook on the 6th rank. Yeah, I don't see any obvious ways that white can win there. But maybe after rook b6, white tries to transfer something like this. If white can get both rooks on the 7th, that's very, very dangerous for black. So this could be an idea, and then rook f7. And then how would black actually try to defend here? I don't know. You try rook h6, it just feels very passive. So the idea would be if rook f7, you just take, and then you just say that white has no threats, and I think black would be okay here. But on rook h6, I would be more concerned about something like rook b5, and then threatening mate, forcing maybe this rook to come back, and yeah, then it feels really passive for... If we imagine something like this, the king comes up, and then the rook sees the 7th rank, and then that could get really rough for black. So, let's see. Yeah, how to defend this for black? I don't know, actually. It looks tough. Funny. So if rook d8 now, then h6, I think, would be the answer. Yeah, just advancing. Threatening rook g7 check, followed by rook ff7. If rook g4 check, well, I think white just advances. Yeah, king f3. And then not clear how black continues, because now the rook is kind of hanging. Maybe rook h4, you could try something like this. But then this runs into the other issue where white can just start swinging the rooks over and playing for mate. Definitely don't want to go rook g7. That's what we call awkward defense. So no good, no good. Yeah, not an easy position for black. h6 might be an option, because that kind of stops white from pushing the pawn. And white can try to pick up this pawn, but it's like not that easy. But something like rook f6 could be annoying, and then king h7, rook g6, and then piling up on this one. And then still tricky. But here black would have this, for example, and could at least trade off a pair of rooks. And I think black is happy if black can trade off a pair of rooks. I think then black is safer. So yeah, for rook g4 now, then I would expect king f3. And rook b6, I think definitely a very reasonable suggestion. But the problem with this one we were looking at is rook a7. And then it's not clear how black deals with this threat. So this to me seems like the issue for black. It's, yeah, no easy way to deal with h6. Everything has a drawback. Yeah, so for rook b6, rook a7. I can try this one. But then white's going here, and This is going to be a problem. You can defend the 6th rank all you want, but if you're giving up the 7th rank, then that's going to be issues. Oh, you want this one. So yeah, here I think just same thing. Rook f7. And then this is a big problem. So yeah, tough for Sophie here. I don't envy her position because, yeah, it would not be fun to defend this. By the way, Jeffrey game against Shanklin's still ongoing, but they're down to this. So, yeah, this is, of course, very, very drawish. And, yeah, I would expect this one to be drawn eventually. And then Jennifer Nazi game. Nazi thinking here, which I think is good because they just made the time control one move ago. Like, this was the 40th move. Bishop takes g4, fg. And white played rook g3. I guess she could have considered rook takes h7 here. Probably did, but okay, that looks super dangerous. Like g3, rook c1. So rook g3 played, and now Nazi has gone into the tank here. Kind of first move out of the time control. She looks like, I'm watching the live broadcast. It looks like she was... Oh, she was reaching. I think she was reaching for h5. It looked like she really wanted to play this one, but then goes back and keeps thinking to see maybe if there's something better. So yeah, in the meantime, Sophie still thinking here. So the game stopped showing up for me. I'm not sure why, but something we'll have to deal with. So yeah, rook b6, rook a7, rook h6. I think Foos, you joined just after we were looking at this one. I thought this move is kind of annoying, rook b5. So keeping the pawn defended. Because if you're going to put the rook on h6, then I think this is one way to be very annoying for black. And if black is forced to go back rook d8 here to stop the mate, then white just starts bringing up the king. I see the arrows are from earlier. When we looked at this. King comes to g4, then the rooks come to the 7th rank, and then it starts to feel really, really dangerous for black. See, I'm having a hard time figuring out what I would play here. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Oof, it's tough. Really tough position. Kind of instructive. Again, with one rook on the board, it'd be big drawing chances for black. With two rooks on the board, you're not just down a pawn, you're also just really worried about the rooks getting in. Okay, let's see. Do we have a move yet from Nazi? Nazi's still thinking. Down to looks like 20 minutes. So they made the time control, but I think they've already moved past the extra 30 minutes here. No, that's not a dumb question. Okay, and h5 played finally. Yeah, I feel like Nazi really spent a lot of time on this move, but it's like I don't know. It looked like the first move you think about, and looked like she wanted to play this move some time ago, so maybe spend some extra time that she didn't need. But didn't need to spend, but I don't know. Are 2 rook endgames generally less drawish than 1 rook endgame? I mean, I don't think that's a dumb question at all. I think that's a very fair question. It's nice to think about endgames because, like, opposite color bishop endgames are, of course, much more drawish or have more drawing tendencies than others, as do rook endgames, compared to, like, maybe knight endgames or queen endgames that could be more decisive. But yeah, I would say with it kind of sometimes depends. Sometimes it depends. But with 2 rooks on the board, generally it's like more chances for the attacker, like the side that's playing for the win. But there are some cases, as Master of Ceremony says, where having 2 rooks is actually better for the defender because then they can have counterplay. So for example, if you're down a pawn, but you have both rooks on the 7th rank, that's better than if you're down a pawn and you have 1 rook on the 7th rank. Because your 1 rook isn't going to be able to do anything against the king, but 2 rooks can be really dangerous. Yeah, so there's many cases where having 2 rooks on the board is better for the defender because you have more chances for counterplay. So that's kind of what it depends on. So in those endgames, it often makes sense for the stronger side, like the side with an extra pawn or the side with the advantage, to trade off a pair of rooks to kind of simplify the position. So yeah, long story short, it depends. But the important thing to remember is that it's an important question to think about whenever you do have 4 rooks on the board, like in an endgame, 2 rook endgame. Both sides should be thinking about who's favored with a rook trade. And then if it favors one side or doesn't favor the other side, then they should kind of adjust their play accordingly. Yeah, 2 rook endgames definitely very sharp. I mean, I think all endgames have their tricks. Maybe some more than others, but all endgames definitely have their tricks. Okay, so f5 is the engine move. All right. Thank you for letting us know in this engine-free chat. Yeah, I was thinking about f5. It's actually a very natural human move to consider, and it was probably one of the main moves that Black was thinking about before playing h5, because it's a very natural way to kind of open up the king, and you can immediately see ideas like takes, queen g5, and going after this one. So yeah, it definitely makes sense. And also I can imagine a player like Jennifer, she likes to play actively. She likes to fight for counterplay. She doesn't want to defend passively like kind of most players. Definitely is going to be looking at this kind of advance with the ideas of activating the queen. Okay, looks like Jeffrey and Sam are finishing their game, and they're going to be making a draw there. And I think Sophie made a move. Did she play rook g4 check? Okay, rook g4 check on the board. Now I would expect king f3 after this, because king h3, why allow more checks, right? Doesn't really make sense unless you're just going to repeat the position. So maybe she repeats the position once, then puts the king on f3. But yeah, essentially I think king is going to f3, where it looks reasonably safe, keeps an eye on the rook, so it's hard for black to move this rook. And the rook isn't going to want to stay on g4 for very long, because it's like neither rook can do much. So maybe she's going rook h4. Maybe she's going to pull back this way. Not exactly sure. Maybe h6. Maybe her idea is to give check and then play h6 like this. So that if white goes rook f6, king h7, there's no rook g6 here. And if this one and this one, it looks like mate, but there is rook g7, and okay, white keeps the extra pawn, but I think black is surviving. Hey, Arcadic. What was my favorite game of the round? Let's see. So in the U.S. Championships, Hold on, let's get back to the multiverse view. We had a lot of draws. Only one decisive game with Elshan versus Hans, which, I mean, this game was decided by this kind of nice tactic with e5. I don't know, actually, it wasn't a lot of excitement today. I thought the Christopher Yu against Caruana game was pretty interesting, though. Like, Christopher had some chances, but I guess Fabi defended just well enough to save it. Although a lot of games still going on in the U.S. women's here. Yeah, so Tadev pressing this endgame against Sophie. Nazi, I think, doing really well against Jennifer with this h5. I mean, feels like white is under heavy pressure here. And crazy position with Sabina and Ru Yang, it looks like. Black up an exchange. And white's king is weak, but black's king is also kind of open, so kind of messy position there. Will Chris Yu be a super jam? I mean, I think he's well on his way. He's got all the... Feels like he has all the necessary components to be really good. Because, like, his brain just works really fast. Like, tactically, he's amazing. He's, like, one of the best, like, puzzle rushers in the world. So, tactically, he's just, like, super, super fast. Which I think... I mean, at a certain level, like, that's something you just can't teach, to be, like, that good or that quick at a certain age. So, yeah, I feel like he has all the necessary components. And, yeah, I know his family is very nice, so he's got a very supportive family as well, which I think is also important if you're going to be a top player. And his attitude, I think, is quite good. Like, I've worked with him a little bit. I've known him for many years, and he's always just, like, looking to play chess, looking to fight. He's not looking for, like, an easy way out or, like, you know, make draws against stronger players. You know, he's just, like, trying to beat people. And yeah, so he's got a ton of potential. Wow, Rook G5 from Sophie. That's not a mouse slip. I think her idea is to try to trade off a pair of rooks. Rook G5, very clever move, by the way. We didn't consider that one, but it makes a lot of sense. If you can trade off a pair of rooks, then I think black's drawing chances are much better. Pumpkin was thinking about it. Nice. Yeah, I mean, there is an issue in that white can take on g5, king takes f7, and then push h6. Threatening to go rook g7 check, rook takes h7. But even if white wins the second pawn with f and h, that's actually like a draw-ish rook endgame. Because it's like supposed to be drawn objectively, but it's not that easy to defend it, and a lot of players mess up, so I don't think it's going to be a decided result. So we'll see. By the way, Anna Zatonsky here might be breaking through. She's down a pawn, but this b pawn against Alice Lee is very, very strong. And now she's ready to advance this pawn, and the two bishops are really good. So Anna might be delivering a defeat to Alice here. Wow, knight f2. Am I seeing this correctly? Look at this move, knight f2 from Begum. Holy moly. So this is the knight c3. Let's look at it from black's point of view. Look at this magic. Knight c3, knight e5 played. Hitting the rook, which is actually almost trapped because, well, black is also hitting f2. So knight takes, white's forced to give up the exchange. Knight takes d3. Now if rook takes d3, there will be rook takes e4. Black is up the exchange, doing well. So white went f3. And now knight f2. Wow. What a sick move, huh? Really study-like. Really study-like tactic. Yeah, not bad, huh? Everything hanging on the F and E files. This knight can be taken two different ways. But yeah, knight takes, of course, rook takes e3, king takes, there's rook takes e4. And then more threats after that. Yeah, fantastic. And threatening the rook, and threatening the knight, so white doesn't really have time to like ignore the knight. Like if knight takes g5, actually very important move here. I think just knight takes d1, knight takes e6 check, king e7, and then both knights are hanging here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on, but it looks like black is keeping extra exchange and should be winning this position. Should be winning this. If takes, there's rook f4, and yeah, pass pawns on the queen side are going to be really, really hard to deal with for the knight. So yeah, very nice. I mean, that's got to be the tactical shot of the day. This is my favorite game. This is my favorite game. So this is my favorite game of the day. This one. Yeah, fantastic move. I wonder if they have that on the broadcast. They must have gotten a knight f2 alert. Wow, they're not watching this game. Oh man, come on St. Louis, where's your knight f2 alert? What a move. You guys are missing the move. Well, I didn't find this move. I didn't. Begum found it, but I noticed the move. You know, it takes talent to recognize talent. Okay, it takes talent to recognize talent. All right, that much should be said. First of all, first and foremost. But yeah, fantastic. Okay, but we have moves in this game. This game, okay, a little bit more important to the standings, let's say, and also I think that game is decided. I think black is just winning there. But knight d3, played by Jennifer, definitely setting up for an f5 push. So here the knight could reach f4, but I guess she felt like she didn't have enough to go for this right away. Rook c2, king e3, or queen e3, and now black to play. So black's still doing really well here. I mean, this bishop is just so strong, and now I would think like maybe queen c3, just trying to get in, starting to clean up, maybe looking for that second rank. But of course black has to be careful because white is going to be angling to play f5 at any moment. I mean, I think at some point she will do it because it's like, yeah, it's too tempting not to make this move. Put the knight on f4. Who knows? I mean, this could still get double edged. Like if white's queen is able to break through and open up against black's king. Impending time trouble here, you know, both players under 20 minutes. Like, yeah, this is definitely going to get sharp. Oh, no good response to French or Sicilian. I can help you out. Against the Sicilian, play the open with knight f3 and d4. And play for mate. Look, if you're going to play e4 and your opponent plays a Sicilian, you have a responsibility to play for checkmate. Okay? Otherwise, e4 is like not the move then. If that's not like the style of game that you want to play, I think e4 is then not the right move. Then you should go d4, knight f3, g3, you know, something c4, something more fighting for the center. So if you're going to play e4, play the Sicilian. But yeah, if open Sicilian is not for you, then right, I would say better to go d4. I mean, I really like open Sicilian, but for me personally, as like the style, it's like it's very sharp. So I play a lot of d4 myself. Okay, queen c3 on the board. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Grand Prix attack. I mean, I think it's a fun opening, but I'm not a fan of it personally. All right, f5 on the board. Yeah, only so long that white could hold out on this move. Now, it doesn't mean the dojo repertoire can't be very successful for you guys. I'm just saying, for me personally, I don't like the Grand Prix attack. That's yeah. I'm also not. I'm really not a fan of any of the Sicilian sidelines, like close Sicilian, C3 Sicilian. Um, there's definitely reasons to play them, and yeah, like if I have a student that plays a Sicilian, I'm definitely gonna make sure that they're ready to face the Grand Prix attack because I think it's a serious line. But yeah, I just don't like it myself. Okay, so F5, and yeah, this game feels like it's gonna open up. Seems like Black has to take here. It's hard to imagine what else, because I mean the king side's gonna open up anyway, so you might as well grab a pawn. Yeah. Then what happens? Takes e6, takes knight e5. Oh, hold on. This is actually dangerous tactic, right? Takes knight e5, and this one's hanging. So on e6, Black would have to keep the pawn alive, but then like, oh, this looks really double edged now. Sophie making the draw. Yeah, definitely. That's an easy one. Okay, Queen A1 check. So throwing in this check, I think forcing King H2 here, and then I wonder what the follow up is gonna be. Hmm. And for some reason, King H2 not being played. For thinking about it. Yeah, King H2, maybe Queen F1, huh? And then hitting this one. But what are the other options? Knight E1 or Queen E1? Okay, Queen E1, I think just no way, right? Because Black can trade. Rook C1, King F2, take, and then there's no attack. Black's pieces are just really strong. So King H2 on the board. Knight E1, I guess, was possible as well, but okay, feels very risky to self-pin, and then it seems like White's attack is losing a lot of steam here without the knight. So King H2. Now, yeah, this looks annoying, right? Queen F1. And what's White gonna do after Queen f1. Maybe knight f4? Yeah, knight f4 kind of annoying response. Queen f1, fe6, yeah, also definitely a move. And then the king would have to find some square, maybe king g8. And knight f4 maybe there. Yeah, it's really complicated. I don't know what's happening. Queen f1 takes, king moves, knight f4, defending g2. Rook f2 there. Really messy. Oh wait, bishop is hanging. So there's no time for rook f2. Oh yeah, I know Jack. Me and Jack Peters go way back because I grew up in Southern California, and he would always play the local events there. And actually, I would attend his group classes for many weeks. So yeah, he's great. He's been a staple of the community for many years. Yeah, I know Cyrus as well. Indeed. Okay, Queen f1 on the board. Yeah, maybe takes here, knight f4, rook c1. That looks really strong. And this would be an example where white doesn't resign yet, actually. It's not over, right? Like, you can still take this one. And then let's say black takes. Knight takes d5. And then if black doesn't have a mate, then, I mean, white's play is still pretty serious. So, queen f1. This is sharp. This is very, very sharp. What else can white play? Of course, this is a huge threat, right? This is what we call a mega threat. So fe6. That seems very logical to throw that in. Open up the king. If king takes e6, then knight f4 comes with check. So that, of course, is good for white. So black is going to find the square for the king here. King e7 doesn't look very likely, allowing queen g5. King e8 maybe. Maybe to kind of stop the e-pawn. But this kind of feels the most natural. But yeah, let's say this one just to like kind of keep the pawn stopped. Knight f4, rook c1. And that's a problem. You got to take. And then honestly, this position though, I'm not even sure what's happening here because this could just be good for white. I mean, it's a lot of pawns. It's a lot of pawns for the exchange, and black's king certainly not in a very safe position. So it feels really double-edged. Yeah. Okay, what's going on here? F6, f4, here, king g5. Okay, Sophie just played rook f8 in this position, which is really hard to understand. because rook b6 would be like the automatic move. Just like keeping the Philidor defense, right? And then if f5 here is just like classic position, you just keep white from being able to advance with the king. You wait for f6, then you bring the rook down. Very well-known mechanism to make a draw. And very simple defense. I'm sure Sophie knows this one. But rook f8 was played, which is, yeah, just hard to understand, because now white can push f5 and then just start advancing like this, which could possibly win. And then if rook b8 trying to get back to the 6th rank, well, here white's not in time. Black goes king g6 and white goes king g6, and then if check f6, black is not in time to give checks from behind. Would have to come back, and then this one is just straight up losing on the spot. So I don't know what black has in mind after f5 here. Maybe rook f7. She's trying to draw like this. Maybe this is the idea. And this seems to be still good enough. It's just a little odd. But I think this still holds. I don't see how white wins this one. Yeah. But, yeah, it's a little bit weird to me. I guess it kind of concretely makes sense, but yeah, intuitively I would think that this is just the easiest way. Just stick to the 6th rank, and here just seems very simple. I mean, okay, this has just been known for hundreds and hundreds of years, right? It's called the Philidor position for a reason. Okay, anyway, so assuming f5 rook f7 is holding, as Master of Ceremony seems to confirm, then should be drawing this one. Okay, let's get back to this game. So here Nazi is still thinking after fe6. It's a really hard, yeah, it's a really hard question because you're just not sure where the king belongs, like e8 or g8. It's hard to choose this intuitively. Pumpkin, if you don't fully get that in game, or for anyone, I do have a video on the Dojo YouTube channel where I go over it. If you just search Philidor Endgame, then you'll see me go over it in a lot more detail. I do think that's a really important one to know, so I would definitely consider checking that out. Definitely just one of the most absolutely fundamental rook endgames. Takes king g8, and okay, white to play again, expecting knight f4, and then this line looks, it's hard to see other options. Knight f4, hitting the bishop. If you move the bishop back, then I mean just d5, right? So knight f4, rook c1, threatening mate, and then and then either rook takes g4, or maybe actually white can sack the queen as well. Maybe this is an option. Rook c1, take, and then take here. And then what would be happening in this position? Like white has a super strong e-pawn and a very simple way of promoting it. Yeah, I do not know the eval here, but this could just be good for white. I'm having a hard time figuring it out. Huh. So lots to calculate here, lots to calculate. Knight f4 here. Just giving the queen. Well, it's hard to move the knight, but I mean, right now, of course, we have to keep in mind rook takes g2 is the main threat. So white does have to deal with this one. There are maybe other moves, maybe queen g1. Just trying to use the extra material, looking for a queen trade. Maybe considering this as well. I don't know, maybe this would be an option for black. Rook takes g2. If queen takes, bishop takes. And then if rook takes, queen takes d3. Threatening this mate with like a very strong bishop. I don't know what's happening here, like rook g3. We have some checks. I guess we're winning back the exchange if we want, but I don't know. Queen d2. Actually, this looks very annoying for white. Rook g2, queen f4 check, and then h4, stuff like this. Or if the king is forced back here. But yeah, maybe queen g1, rook takes g2. Could be a nice line for black. Takes, and then yeah, white's pieces are very awkward. So king g8. Yeah, I feel like knight f4 here is critical, but both players looking at this one. Knight f4 maybe takes, and then rook c1. Yeah, actually that's okay. Maybe we don't take, but yeah, let's say we take here. Definitely an interesting idea as well. And then it feels like white would have to give up the rook, right, in order to avoid getting mated. Otherwise, this is just coming no matter what. So maybe rook takes here. And then this position, honestly, yeah, it's super messy. It's hard to say. I mean, white's pawns just look super strong, but black will probably have some checks, some counterplay here. Really hard to call this one. Yeah. Very, very sharp. Fix this. There we go. Okay, Jennifer, under 10 minutes. Both players under 10 minutes. It's all going to come down to that. Amazingly, we're 4.5 hours in to the round, actually. Because the game started 4.5 hours ago. And 6 out of 7 games in the U.S. Women's Championship still ongoing. And I mean, every other game done in the Open, but in the women's, 6 out of 7 games still ongoing. Crazy. Oh yeah, that's an interesting line, master. Yeah. So knight f4, rook c1, takes. Knight takes d5. If queen c4 hitting all this and this, then rook c3 and here. And then e7. Although, I don't know if this is actually winning for white after queen d4 and queen f4 check. But definitely a fun line. For sure. Yeah. E7 though, not working. Remember, black's main threat is rook takes g2. Yeah, and same thing on queen f4. This is black's main threat here. That's why it's really hard to think about moves other than knight f4. Yeah, I mean, we we pointed this out a while ago, but they've been on this position for a while. Like, both players have been spending lots and lots of time here. Lots of time. Oh, ricochet there. Okay, yeah, we can keep that line going. I mean, 6 minutes for Jennifer, but hasn't made a move yet. All right, so here. It's all forced. It's all forced. So takes. Okay, this one maybe not forced, but it is a very logical move, just hitting everything. So here, takes, check, push, takes. So we're saying check, give the rook back, get the queen endgame, get this one with check, and then we end up in a queen endgame where white's got one extra pawn. After all that, one extra pawn. Queen g1, there is a suggestion. I'm not sure what point, because here's what happens after knight f4, rook c1, or you're saying queen g1 here. Oh yeah, we were looking at this one earlier actually, queen g1 at this point. But then I think this is actually an issue. Rook takes g2, takes in here, and yeah, it looks very annoying for white. Yes, this queen endgame, king g8, queen g5. Yeah, I don't know if it's winning, but it's extra pawn for white, so white has definitely good winning chances here. So this is definitely a consideration. I mean, it's all very forced. Knight f4 on the board, by the way. So if Nazi doesn't go rook c1, let's see, wasn't able to find another move for black other than this. Black had a lot more checks because there was queen f4 and then the queen was gonna. So black was turning a perpetual there. All right, rook c1 on the board. And now, yeah, I mean, this looks tempting. Maybe we'll even see this whole line play out. That would be pretty amazing. But rook g4 is also actually tempting here as well. And I didn't really see what's wrong with this one either. So it seems like white has two tempting options to take and take like this. Because here, yeah, I don't quite see like what black can do with white's king on g3. Then these pawns are just very strong. Yeah, rook c1 on the board. So there's queen takes c1 here as one option, and I think rook takes g4 also makes a lot of sense. So giving up the queen or the rook and then taking the bishop on d5. It's almost bad for white that she has this choice, because if there was only one option, then she could just play it and then continue the game. Or this one and then take. But because she has a choice, she has to kind of think about, all right, well, which one is better? Do I really want to give the queen, or what's happening? But yeah, this feels very tempting because it's just like these pawns are massive. Yeah. Yeah, just a couple minutes remaining for white here. Very tough position to have to calculate and figure out. Can we go? Rook takes g4, bishop takes e6. Okay, queen takes c1 does get played. So a possible issue there is like then white can continue playing the desperado game, right? And then take this one with check. And then still very, very unclear. I don't know exactly what's going on here, but at least I don't think white's getting mated. So to me, this definitely looked very playable. But queen c1 on the board. And I think here black has to take, right? No other options. So we'll probably see this. Knight takes d5. And I mean, right now we might be walking down this line, honestly. Like queen c4 feels very tempting. And then I think Jennifer is certainly capable of finding like rook c3, check, e7. And then even this further thing, queen takes d4, like, okay, even if white doesn't see it from afar, once you get to this position, right, and then your opponent plays here and you realize, uh-oh, she has a lot of checks, like, yeah, if this doesn't work, then this is absolutely the next move, right, that you look at. So even if white doesn't see this ahead of time, if she gets to this point, then she's 100% gonna find this, and then we'll see this this queen endgame play out, where it feels like white would have very reasonable winning chances. Okay, but that's assuming black plays queen c4, which is certainly not the only move. Yeah, it's really not like too difficult of a tactic, right? It's like attacking the queen, attacking the king, and then pushing the pawn, right? So like a 3-move combo. Let's see, what else can black do? Actually, another option for black would be here, and then to take this one, threatening to take the e-pawn now with check. Because this would be a lot of checks. If white does something like this, an e7, black takes, and I think gives an easy perpetual here. G3, then just this one. So maybe queen c4 and takes d4. Could be a try as well. Let's see, maybe white goes e7. Black takes with check. But yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a great way for white to escape these checks. Like rook g3, there's h4, and then it seems like, yeah, it's not going to work out for white. Okay, so knight takes d5. Feels drawish if we go down this line. Yeah. Okay, queen g5 played. Okay. So queen g5, I mean, I guess going for this idea with h4, g3. No, this position isn't drawish, but I was saying that line definitely, if black gets the perpetual check. Because then it's like, okay, either white promotes and wins with extra material, or black gives a perpetual. But yeah, I guess she wants queen h4 check now, right? But if e7 now, I think king f7, because queen h4, even king g1, and this is a problem. Or even rook h3, yeah, actually is a clever way to even win for white, right? Yeah. So e7 feels tempting. Then I guess we'll see king f7. And yeah, I don't see how white breaks through here immediately. But 3 minutes for Jennifer. So for c3, then this check. And I think black is saving, right? Yeah, so maybe rook e3 then. Cover this one. But still, how is white going to actually promote something? Because e6, king e8, it's like the knight is kind of stuck defending the pawn, right? Actually, maybe this is coming. So let's say h4, e6, check, check, and then oh wait, this one now actually can't come back. We can't come back. I was thinking we give check e7, but no, it's not working. Not working. So here, maybe. Then yeah, not super obvious how white wins. 1 minute 30 for Jennifer. 1 minute 30. E7. It makes sense. Now I think we'll see king f7. Yeah, really weird position because if the pieces were just arranged like slightly differently, like just that this knight on d5 is just awkwardly in the way. But if white could like someone get like g3, knight f4, and then, d pawn starts running, then game over. White wins. But here is just awkward enough that it feels like black's queen has just enough play. Okay, king f7 on the board. Yeah, rook c3 played. And yeah, feels like both sides, I think, should be pretty happy with a draw here after such a crazy game. Rook e3 definitely looks like a way to keep the game going, but I'm not sure exactly how white continues here after h4. And then, Yeah, it feels like it might be risky. You might always blunder something, but yeah, I don't quite see the follow up. But yeah, very very interesting game. And I mean, feel like this is going to be forced. If Black doesn't do this here, then White's just going Rook C8 and gonna force the issue. So yeah, it seems like they're the ones that need to. Black is the one that needs to force the draw here. Okay, let's see other games. Looks like Zatonsky gonna make a draw with Alice. And Tadev against Sophie. I mean, feels like, okay, Black should most likely draw there as well. And then we have this game with Sabina against Ru Yang. That's actually pretty sharp still. Okay, yeah, Rook C3, and yeah, basically expecting a perpetual here. Honestly, I mean, I guess you could think about something for Black. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely checking like if I have any kind of H4 G3s, but I'm honestly just as worried about losing my perpetual and then just losing the game. Like if all of a sudden, like, can you imagine you go here, White plays here, you go G3 check, White goes here, and now it's like, where's the next check, right? And I think Black resigns here. So, yeah, Queen H4 played, and they've started to repeat. Looks like on the video they're both kind of thinking. So Nazi's still, as a professional player, like, you always double check. You don't just want to repeat automatically. You just want to see, like, okay, maybe you have something. You never know, right? If you don't look, you'll definitely miss it. So even if you have 1% chance of some resource, you want to at least try to see it. But I think it seems very, very unlikely. That we see anything other than this one. Yeah, they are making the draw. Okay, time to call the arbiter. I think they repeated like 3 times already. And handshake. Draw agreed. Why is H4 not a move? I mean, maybe. It is very risky because you're continuing the game and allowing White possibly some tactics. So let's say White comes in, tries to promote. Doesn't feel like Black has anything other than making a draw, right? Anyway. So, because if you try G3, then the king can even escape. Yeah. So it seems like there's no upside here for Black. Also, some people are saying E6. So E6 looks like a very nice tactic. I guess if Queen takes, the idea is now you go Rook C8. No, Rook C8 just hangs. Yeah, I don't really get the idea of E6. Maybe someone can help explain. But okay, someone said this was good. Maybe Rook E3 now. Maybe that was the point. And Queen D6 check. Rook E5. King here. I mean, it looks really close. I don't quite see how white forces resignation here, but it looks really tough for black. Like the knight just has to get somewhere near this king. But yeah, so I don't know about e6. I don't know. Maybe this is some kind of nice tactic, but minimum I would say if white goes rook c8 here, then there's nothing for black to do other than give a draw anyway. So no reason to risk it, because maybe you're losing after e6 or something. Who knows? Yeah, minimum white can just go here and force you to make a draw anyway. So no real upside. Either you make a draw or you're losing the game. Okay, so draw on this one. Very interesting game. Tadev, okay, I think they should be drawing here eventually. Sabina game. I haven't seen this one too much against Bru Yang. Looks like this game had a counter exchange sack. And now they're in this position where black has an extra pawn, actually some winning chances here for Ru Yang, because extra pawn for black covering the king as well, which means that white's king here is in a lot more danger. So this kind of feels, yeah, quite nice for black. Yeah. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to end the stream there. These games are kind of finishing up. This one actually still pretty interesting, but I feel like black should be winning this one, although we'll see. But yeah, I think I'm going to wrap up the stream here. We'll raid St. Louis so you guys can catch the end of the broadcast, see the end of the games. Maybe some more interviews coming up. And yeah, tomorrow's a rest day for the U.S. Championship, so no coverage tomorrow of the tournament. But we'll have some streams. I think I'm going to be doing opening lab for Patreon, then there's going to be dojo scrubs. So we'll still be streaming tomorrow. So thanks everyone for hanging out. It was a lot of fun. A lot of interesting games today. Thanks for following the channel if you did that. If you haven't, please make sure to do so. Check out our YouTube channel. Check out the Discord, Twitter, Patreon, TikTok, Instagram, Fiverr, Venmo. We're on Pinterest, at ChessDojo. What other apps are there? Vimeo, Vine, Snapchat. Add us on Snapchat, folks. At ChessDojo. Those aren't real. None of those are real. Shopify. Yeah. OnlyFans. Tinder. All the fans. The dojo is on TikTok. Actually, that is true. We do have a TikTok, and we have the most instructive chess clips on TikTok, okay? #1 most instructive chess TikTok channel at ChessDojoLive, I think. I don't remember. But yeah, what are some of that I missed? Foursquare. All right, y'all. We're going to raid St. Louis. Go drop them a follow. See you guys next time. Take care.